Chapter 476 The Temptation of the Ninth Layer of Heaven. Please subscribe. _2 This is also the most efficient method, first understanding these powers of creation and then bringing them to the main world to transform into cosmic forces. Although he had the world coordinates of the spirit realm, Lin Yuan could return to this world at any time, but it would cost 10 strands of world-breaking origin force, so he needed to be cautious. In fact, ordinary powers of creation are just a part of the higher powers of creation, Lin Yuan mused thoughtfully. Although the dozens of powers of creation he comprehended were all at the first layer of heaven, they involved 4 higher powers of creation. Take, for example, the immeasurable force, a higher power of creation, which encompassed a variety of ordinary powers of creation, including innate purple chi, fluctuation domain, and so on. Infinite cutting is also a higher power of creation, one aspect of the open heaven force. Unfortunately, not all supreme immortal kings possess the higher powers of creation. Ordinary powers of creation, if cultivated to the third realm, are also close to the second realm of higher powers of creation. Lin Yuan silently thought to himself, most creation immortal kings who mastered several third realm ordinary powers of creation have combat powers that are not much weaker than those of open heaven immortal kings. The main issue is that cultivating higher powers of creation to the third realm is extremely difficult. Even open heaven immortal kings and supreme immortal kings stop at the second realm. The dozens of powers of creation I've mastered, although they are all at the first layer of heaven, when combined, should they not be almost as powerful as the third realm of a certain higher power of creation? Lin Yuan secretly thought. If he only pondered 1 or 2 higher powers of creation, with Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding, he might be able to cultivate them to the third realm in 300 years. But this did not meet Lin Yuan's expectations. There were so many powers of creation in the spirit realm, bringing them to the main world would transform them into cosmic forces. Quantity is definitely more important than quality. Quality can be improved after returning to the main world, but as for quantity, if not satisfied, one can only pay 10 strands of world-breaking origin force to return to the spirit realm. Understanding dozens of powers of creation was only a part of Lin Yuan's harvest from 300 years of cultivation. Lin Yuan also surpassed the 3rd stage in the perfection of the 8th stage martial Tao and entered the 4th stage. In Lin Yuan's conception, the 8th layer part is divided into 4 stages. Reaching the 4th stage means he's nearly at the end. This also aligns with many evolutionary paths in the main world, which are also divided into 4 stages for their 8th layer part. As for becoming invincible beyond the 8th layer, in essence, it's also in the 4th stage, but having mastered some kind of cosmic force, it's considered an unreplicable case. Unfortunately, the main world has a lot of restrictions on cosmic forces. My Taiji force is a cosmic force. Future martial Dao cultivators, even if they follow my footsteps step by step, will not be able to transform into this kind of cosmic force again. Lin Yuan slightly shook his head. Of course, if the Taiji force doesn't work, one could try other forces, for example, the 5 elements force: metal, wood, water, fire, earth. These 5 basic elements nurture and restrain each other. Once these 5 basic rules are fully understood and the 5 elements rules are fused, it will probably be another cosmic force. Martial Dao encompasses all Daos and theoretically, it has the potential to give birth to many cosmic forces. There's also the space rules model. Within the depths of Lin Yuan's eyes, faint spatial fluctuations began to appear. In 300 years, Lin Yuan has fully understood up to 4,600 core spatial models. Aside from the 3,000 understood 300 years ago, he has comprehended more than 1,600 more in these 300 years. To know, there are over 7,000 core spatial models, and as the number increases, the difficulty of understanding them increases. Under such circumstances, Lin Yuan was still able to comprehend more than 1,600, which is quite incredible. 4,600 core spatial models, taking the main world's 8th stage evolvers as a template, my inner world should have a size of about 680,000 miles in radius. The more spatial models one comprehends, the larger the inner world becomes. Theoretically, If 8th layer evolvers comprehend 7,782 core spatial models, their inner world could reach a size of 10 million miles in radius. But that's the size of a normal 8th layer evolver's inner world. The size of my inner world. A trace of peculiarity appeared on Lin Yuan's face. With the blessing of the mysterious gourd, Lin Yuan's inner world had nearly reached a staggering 70 million miles in radius. Such an immense inner world, let alone human 8th layer evolvers, even the starry sky wanderer Kuan of the peak bloodline and special beings couldn't compare. Theoretically, the upper limit of the starry sky wanderer Kun's inner world is 50 million miles in radius, and that is why starry sky wanderer Kuan is known as a peak bloodline, with an upper limit 5 times that of humans. But now, Lin Yuan's inner world has exceeded the upper limit of the starry sky wanderer Kun's inner world by a large margin, which is quite unbelievable. The most crucial thing is, an inner world with a 70 million miles radius is still far from Lin Yuan's limit. The gourd. The inner world size surpassed that of other 8th layer evolvers' spatial understanding by tenfold, naturally because Lin Yuan's absorption of the liquid inside the mysterious gourd had reached the 4th kind. Out of the 7 types of liquid, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple, Lin Yuan had begun to absorb the green liquid. The color of the mysterious gourd also transformed into a grayish green. The difficulty of absorbing the green liquid is far greater than the first 3 types of liquids. I started absorbing this kind 20 years ago, but until now, it has not even increased my physical Bodhis power in the inner world by 1-fold. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly, predicting that the absorption rate would only slow down as he progressed, especially with the last 3 types, cyan, blue, and purple. Lin Yuan even suspected they might be prepared for 8th layer life forms. No matter what, I've already made a killing. Having an inner world 10 times larger out of nowhere, even supreme beings would find it inconceivable, right? Lin Yuan didn't know if supreme beings could achieve this, but at least with his identities as a 7th-level citizen coupled with being the Star Lord and the founder of the Martial Path evolutionary path, he had never heard of such a thing. Now the power of my Taiji primordial spirit is far weaker than my true body, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Without the mysterious gourd, there wouldn't be much difference between the power of the Taiji primordial spirit and the true body. The true body mastered the powers of Taiji, open heaven, and other cosmic forces, which the Taiji primordial spirit could also wield. Even because of the nature of its soul energy physique, the Taiji primordial spirit could be a bit more troublesome. But now, due to the gap in the inner worlds, the Taiji primordial spirit's inner world is only 6.8 million miles in circumference. On the other hand, the inner world created by the true body has reached 70 million miles in circumference. With a 10-fold difference, the true body and the primordial spirit are simply not on the same level. The 3,000 Dao provinces. Xinhuang Domain. Martial Temple. With 300 years of development, today's Martial Temple has become a massive presence in Dongyun Tao Province. Its influence has transcended Dongyun Tao Province, spreading to dozens and even hundreds of adjacent provinces. Across the entire 3,000 Dao provinces, the influence of the martial Tao cultivation system might not match that of the Immortal Path, but within Dongyun Tao Province and the surrounding provinces, its influence is undoubtedly unmatched. Even the Immortal Path cannot suppress the martial Tao in the slightest. The reason is that the martial ancestor himself is personally stationed in the martial temple. Over the past 300 years, the martial ancestor has made several appearances to give lectures on the nature of martial Tao, leading countless geniuses and prodigies onto the path of martial Tao. Inside the cave abode, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Martial Tao now, Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes. After 300 years of promoting martial Tao, the current martial Tao cultivation system had become the strongest cultivation system beneath the Immortal Path, second to none. Over the past 300 years, the occasional tribulation-transcending celestial king sought to visit Lin Yuan, only to sense a fraction of Lin Yuan's strength, as had the man in the purple robe, before ordering their disciples and descendants not to oppose the martial temple. Over time, the influence of martial Tao grew larger and larger. It is predictable that, with time passing, Martial Tao might truly reach the heights of the immortal path. The only dissatisfaction for Lin Yuan was that, to this day, Martial Tao had still not produced an 8th stage powerhouse. Despite several lectures, they have only resulted in a large number of Martial Tao 5th stage and 6th stage practitioners. However, the 8th stage of martial arts, comparable to a tribulation-transcending celestial king, a warrior of the martial path, alluding to an 8th stage powerhouse, has yet to emerge. Chapter 477 The Battle of Ascension. Please subscribe. 8th stage of Martial Tao. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. The Martial Tao cultivation system was so formidable solely because he, the martial ancestor, was present. Essentially, the foundation of Martial Tao was still too shallow. Despite having a history of tens of thousands of years, apart from the 300 or 400 years when Lin Yuan was in charge, there weren't many achievements during other times. Just relying on a few hundred years to cultivate an 8th stage Martial Tao from nothing was like a fool's dream. Even if Lin Yuan exhausted his own origin source to nurture a cultivator, when breaking through from the 7th rank to the 8th layer, if one's state of heart during the heart demon tribulation was even slightly off, it would all be in vain. As long as I can cultivate an 8th layer Martial Tao cultivator before my time of stay runs out, the Martial Tao cultivation system can become truly stable, Lin Yuan thought to himself. In Lin Yuan's heart, among the few who might possibly advance to the 8th layer, naturally were the old 7th rank cultivators, Li Qing, Shan Yang, and Ye Yun. As for those who started on the path of Martial Tao in the past few hundred years, their accumulation was far from sufficient. The 7th layer of heaven. More than 20 supreme immortal kings, including Lin Yuan, converged in one place, their terrifying aura-shaking billion-mile radius. In the era since the 3000 Tao states, over tens of millions of years, the number of supreme immortal king-level powerhouses born added up does not surpass 30, and now, almost all of them were gathered here. The 8th layer of heaven. The open heaven immortal king stood towering, wielding a pitch-black giant axe on his back, his gaze sharp as he looked off into the entrance to the 8th layer of heaven. There, enveloped in clouds and mist, fearsome auras circulated ambiguously, clearly the methods left behind by those supreme immortal kings of the prehistoric era. To prevent later generations from entering the 8th layer of heaven and sharing the chance of the 9th layer of heaven with them. Last time during the Ascension battle, my strength hadn't broken through, this time it surely will. The open heaven immortal king glanced at the other supreme immortal kings, his tone filled with confidence. The power of creation he wielded belonged to a higher order. Moreover, it was a higher-order power of creation adept in offense, making him the main force in each incursion into the 8th layer of heaven. And this invasion into the 8th layer of heaven was also referred to by the supreme immortal kings such as the Open Heaven Immortal King as the Ascension Battle. Open Heaven, we believe in you. Exactly, those old fogies from the prehistoric era are far too greedy, even trying to monopolize the opportunity of the 9th layer of heaven. I'll deal with that mist immortal king later. The numerous ascension battles had left the supreme immortal kings present quite familiar with those old-timers of the 8th layer of heaven. As supreme immortal kings, even if they failed in their ascension, at worst they would only suffer heavy damage. It was nearly impossible for them to fall, so those supreme immortal kings from the 8th layer of heaven had never descended to the 7th layer of heaven to hunt them down. In fact, even if they did pursue them, it would be very difficult to completely kill a supreme immortal king. Lin Yuan stood aside, quietly listening to the exchange between the various supreme immortal kings. Among the more than 20 supreme immortal kings present, only Lin Yuan was a newcomer, having never participated in an ascension battle, so he remained silent at this moment. Lin Yuan looked up slightly toward the entrance to the 8th layer of heaven. With his perception, he had already sensed that auras of supreme immortal king caliber kept converging, indicating that the supreme immortal king level forces of the 8th layer of heaven also knew that an ascension battle was soon to be initiated by the likes of the open heaven immortal king. The 9th layer of heaven. Lin Yuan also grew curious about what exactly the ninth layer of heaven contained that made the supreme immortal kings from the prehistoric era gather at the eighth layer of heaven and jointly prevent later supreme immortal kings from joining. I will know soon enough, Lin Yuan silently thought to himself. The eighth layer of heaven. Vast and boundless. A series of terrifying auras all appeared at the exit connecting to the seventh layer of heaven. Those little guys below want to fight their way up again, but what's the point with their power, even if they get up here? A figure enshrouded in clouds and mists neared. As a supreme immortal king from the prehistoric era, he was completely entitled to call the open heaven immortal king and the supreme immortal king little guys. We mustn't underestimate them. That open heaven immortal king holds the power of open heaven, and there's also the supreme immortal king who commands the immeasurable force. If they comprehend it to the third heavenly realm, that would be troublesome for us. Another figure spoke slowly. The power of open heaven. The immeasurable force. Both were higher-order powers of creation. In previous ascension battles, the open heaven immortal king and the supreme immortal king had only comprehended these higher-order powers of creation to the second realm. That's why they were easily repelled. It's just a trouble, the third figure stated calmly. What if they truly understood the higher-order powers of creation to the third realm? Those long-lived supreme immortal kings, almost all of them had similar methods. In terms of talent, the supreme immortal kings of the prehistoric era, were in no way inferior to those of the 3000 Tao States era. In terms of cultivation years, they had nearly spanned 2 eras, far surpassing the supreme immortal kings like the open heaven immortal king. Although longer years of cultivation did not necessarily mean stronger power, they certainly couldn't be weak. Leave that open heaven immortal king to me, I also cultivate the power of open heaven, a similarly towering figure said. The powers of creation in the spirit realm were not unique and could be comprehended by multiple immortal kings. Since the power of open heaven was a higher-order power of creation specialized in killing power, it naturally drew the attention of many supreme immortal kings. As the various supreme immortal kings were conversing, boom! A fearsome gleam of an axe, coming from the seventh layer of heaven, cleaved through the void and crashed toward the hazy entrance of the eighth layer of heaven. Enormous amounts of clouds and mist were split apart, and though they quickly recuperated, they were immediately followed by a succession of further gleams of the axe. Chapter 478 The Battle of Ascension, please subscribe. _2, The Youngster from Open Heaven. Enshrouded in mist, the figure furrowed his brows. Let's take action. Don't let them really advance up here. Brother Open Heaven's power of open heaven must have broken through again. The supreme immortal king muttered softly as he watched the axe lights cleaved by the open heaven immortal king. The other supreme immortal kings agreed upon hearing this. At this moment, the strength of the open heaven immortal king was terrifying. Every axe light was stronger than a full strike from a normal supreme immortal king. Such endless cleaving, even the supreme immortal king would not dare to intercept directly. Whoosh! Suddenly, the entrance to the eighth layer of heaven. Several figures walked out. Among them, a towering figure also held a giant axe, but this one was entirely blue, the axe light pervasive, directly blocking the offensive of the open heaven immortal king. Lads, are you rolling down yourselves, or shall we knock you down? The leading figure spoke, his voice booming, echoing across the seventh layer of heaven. It's Lingshu Immortal King, this old undying. The tone of the supreme immortal king carried a hint of fear. Lingshu Immortal King possessed a higher-level power of creation and 6 ordinary powers of creation, and all these powers were cultivated to the third realm. His strength was terrifying to the extreme. Lin Yuan was sizing up Lingshu Immortal King with somewhat heated eyes. The aura of the power of creation emanating from Lingshu Immortal King included 3 types that Lin Yuan had never encountered before, one of which was a higher-level power of creation. Let's go! Together! The Supreme Immortal King soared into the sky, and the other Supreme Immortal Kings followed suit. In an instant, dozens of Supreme Immortal Kings were engaged in combat. Each Supreme Immortal King's offensives impacted for thousands of miles, And if the battlefield had not been in the 9 heavens but in the 3,000 realms, the mere aftermath of these dozens of supreme immortal kings' battles would have been enough to destroy the 3,000 realms several times over. Countless true immortals and half-step immortal kings would pretty much die out completely. But in the 9 heavens, especially in the 7th layer of heaven, these aftershocks did not cause much impact. Or rather, the impacts that did occur, such as torn spaces, would quickly recover. Lin Yuan followed at the back, taking the time to survey the battle situation. Open Heaven Immortal King was entangled by a Supreme Immortal King who also comprehended the power of Open Heaven. Their fighting style was almost the same, a straightforward axe for axe, but the power of Open Heaven involved between each axe strike caused even ordinary Supreme Immortal Kings to tremble. And the Supreme Immortal King was battling 2 Supreme Immortal Kings together, wielding the immeasurable force with each strike massively overwhelming. Even when fighting 2, he was suppressing the opposition. Lin Yuan just glanced around and felt someone watching him. It's been a long time since I've taken action. Young lad, as a senior, I allow you to strike first, otherwise, you might not get the chance later. A slender man stood in the distance, smiling kindly at Lin Yuan. Allow me to strike first? Lin Yuan pondered. Considering how much effort to use, even though the strength of the Taiji primordial spirit was far less than the true body. But possessing the higher-level power of Taiji, along with 4 other higher-level powers of creation and dozens of ordinary powers of creation. Even though the dozens of other powers of creation were all at the first realm. Plus the enhancement of an inner world spanning millions of miles. Combined, Lin Yuan's strength, he believed, was not inferior to a supreme immortal king who mastered the 3rd realm of higher-level power of creation. Perhaps even stronger. Yes, the slender immortal king nodded slightly. Suddenly, his expression subtly changed, because he realized Lin Yuan had disappeared. This disappearance was not movement or teleportation, but a true disappearance, vanishing from this world. Not good. The slender immortal king's expression drastically changed. Instinctively, he began to retreat explosively. But it was already too late. Lin Yuan's figure, unbeknownst to him, had appeared by his side. Then he gently threw a punch. This punch had no might leaking out, but in the eyes of the slender immortal king, it felt like his scalp was exploding, vaguely sensing a deadly threat. Split. The slender immortal king's skin burst forth with a lot of blood. The next moment his figure exploded. Under Lin Yuan's punch, his body was smashed to pieces. Whoosh! A phantom soul appeared, rushing towards the entrance to the 8th layer of heaven frantically. This soul moved so fast that even Lin Yuan felt unable to stop it, so he did not make a move. Pity. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. The power of creation wielded by the slender immortal king, he had already comprehended it. Killing the opponent did not yield much benefit. The explosion of the slender immortal king's body immediately attracted the attention of other supreme immortal kings around. Those supreme immortal kings from the prehistoric era looked at Lin Yuan with unbelievable eyes. The strength of the slender immortal king might not be very formidable, but it wasn't too weak either, that he could be smashed so decisively by a single punch. Could it be that he had comprehended some high-level power of creation to the 3rd realm? And was it a similar offensive power of creation like the power of open heaven? Only under such an unexpected situation, without the slender immortal king's prepared defenses, could he have been taken down so quickly. Ha, martial ancestor, I hadn't expected you to possess such strength. Open Heaven Immortal King laughed heartily. Although the slender immortal king did not perish, his physical body was shattered. And even if he could consolidate a physical body with his soul again, his strength wouldn't be fully displayed, and he certainly won't participate in this ascendancy battle. Martial ancestor? At the entrance to the 8th layer of heaven, Lingshu Immortal King had not joined the battle. His task was to guard the entrance to prevent the supreme immortal kings below from sneaking through and stealthily ascending to the 8th layer of heaven. Chapter 479 The Battle of Ascension. Please subscribe. _3. When did such a strong being appear in this era? The Lingshu Immortal King's expression shifted slightly. He was constantly vigilant about the battlefield, watching the fight between Lin Yuan and the emaciated immortal king. He vaguely felt that Lin Yuan's strength probably surpassed that of the open heaven immortal king and the supreme immortal king. This won't do, the balance has been broken. The martial ancestor cannot be allowed to remain. The Lingshu immortal king made up his mind. He had not anticipated that this ascension battle would add someone as exceptional as the martial ancestor. Such strength, yet it was the first time he was participating in the ascension battle. It was inconceivable. Under these circumstances, in the ensuing war, no one would be able to withstand the martial ancestor, and the situation would likely turn disadvantageous for them. I must make a move. At the very least, I must heavily injure the martial ancestor. The Lingshu immortal king looked towards Lin Yuan. At this moment, several supreme immortal kings from the prehistoric era joined forces, attempting to block the martial ancestor. But with Lin Yuan's casual movements, those supreme immortal kings were clearly unable to hold on for long. The Lingshu immortal king still stood there, but his true body was hidden deep in the void, approaching Lin Yuan. As the strongest presence in the field, the supreme immortal king, the Lingshu immortal king believed that with his methods, a stealth attack would gravely injure, if not kill, the martial ancestor. You are too weak. Too weak, and the power of creation you control is also quite ordinary. Lin Yuan looked at the several supreme immortal kings surrounding him. With each strike he dealt, their aura would weaken significantly. Just then, a dusky shadow loomed over Lin Yuan from above. Destruction. The Lingshu immortal king raised his right hand, and a dusky aura enveloped Lin Yuan. An advanced power of creation. The great destructive force. This was a killing power of creation that ranked alongside the force to open the heavens. The difference between the two is that the force to open the heavens attacks a single point or a line, whereas the great destructive force attacks an area. Massive and overpowering, all in front of it will be annihilated. Lin Yuan's expression shifted slightly. This kind of great destructive force was indeed the bane of energy, spirit, and life. Disperse. Lin Yuan's mind stirred slightly. He wanted to disperse his primordial spirit body. But immediately after, a binding force bore down upon him. I have cultivated the great destructive force to the third realm, and 6 other ordinary powers of creation to the third realm as well. The combined strength of 6 third realm ordinary powers of creation is almost not weaker than a third realm advanced power of creation. It's akin to me wielding 2 third realm advanced powers of creation. The Lingshu immortal king was very confident in himself. Even the open heaven immortal king could only defend when facing him. By lowering himself to make a stealth attack on this martial ancestor, he might even be able to shatter his physical body and completely rob him of the ability to continue fighting. No good, the martial ancestor, the open heaven immortal king, who was far away, also noticed this scene and instantly became anxious. He slashed out several times in quick succession, trying to restrain the Lingshu immortal king. But he was immediately entangled by the opponent in front of him. The supreme immortal king was the same, his immeasurable force vast and boundless. But alas, he was desperately blocked by 2 peer supreme immortal kings. Lin Yuan's brows were tightly knitted. Under the restraint of 6 types of third realm powers of creation, it was difficult for him to move in a short time, and he could only resist the pouring great destructive force. The terrifying great destructive force descended, quickly causing Lin Yuan's primordial spirit body to collapse and eventually be forcefully reduced to nothingness. This easily? The Lingshu immortal king was somewhat surprised. He thought that the martial ancestor's spirit might be able to escape. The martial ancestor. The open heaven immortal king roared in rage. He could never have imagined that the martial ancestor would die. In the ascension battle, the fall of a supreme immortal king was an extremely rare event. Despicable Lingshu immortal king. The supreme immortal king's gaze was icy as he stared at the Lingshu immortal king. He had seen the Lingshu immortal king's stealth attack from the shadows with his own eyes. The Lingshu immortal king let out a cold snort, unconcerned. Suddenly, just then, the Lingshu immortal king seemed to sense something and his expression changed slightly. What is that? The Lingshu immortal king looked down, toward the sixth layer heaven, the fifth heaven, fourth heaven. Within his perception, he faintly detected dull and trembling sounds from the lower heavens, as if some colossal being was continually trampling on various marvels and phenomena, and at an inconceivable speed, was piercing through one heaven after another, heading towards the seventh layer of heaven. The Lingshu immortal king could almost imagine that the myriad suppressions and restrictions of the nine heavens were almost as fragile as tissue paper in front of this colossal being. Even the barriers between the heavens were effortlessly torn apart by it. Boom! The next moment, the ground of seventh layer of heaven collapsed, and a figure exuding boundless vital energy appeared above the Lingshu immortal king, looking down from a great height with indifference. The oppression that felt like the heavens collapsing almost made the Lingshu immortal king suffocate. He nearly knelt down. Chapter 480 The Invincible Lin Yuan. Subscribe please. Seventh layer of heaven, silent and soundless. All the supreme immortal kings who were fighting, whether they were born during the era of 3000 Tao states or the prehistoric era, all ceased their combat. They subconsciously looked towards the figure who, with absolute brutality and absolute strength, tore the barrier between the seventh layer of heaven and the eighth layer of heaven. In the spirit realm's nine heavens, from the first layer of heaven to the second layer of heaven, from the second layer of heaven to the third layer of heaven, from the seventh layer of heaven to the eighth layer of heaven, there are two paths. One is to follow the fixed entrances between each layer of heaven, which would allow one to ascend to the next layer. However, at these fixed entrances, numerous challenges exist, such as the endless wind calamity, the ninefold thunder tribulation, and so on. The other is to not use the fixed entrances and directly tear open the barrier between the layers of heaven to climb to a higher level. However, the barriers between the layers of heaven are not so easily torn apart. Even for a supreme immortal king, to tear the barrier between the first layer of heaven and the second layer of heaven requires considerable effort, far less convenient than simply entering through the entrance. And the barriers between each layer of heaven are more robust than the last. A normal supreme immortal king might expend some effort to tear open the barrier between the first layer of heaven and the second layer of heaven. But the barrier from the second layer of heaven to the third layer of heaven would require a supreme immortal king to give it his all. As for the barrier between the third layer of heaven and the fourth layer of heaven, an ordinary supreme immortal king simply cannot manage it. In this battle to ascend to the heavens, the open heaven immortal king and supreme immortal king from the era of 3000 Tao states chose to ascend at the entrance leading to the eighth layer of heaven. Because that is the simplest way. As for forcibly tearing the barrier between the seventh layer of heaven and the eighth layer of heaven, the open heaven immortal king, the supreme immortal king, and more than 20 other supreme immortal kings working together. It could indeed be possible, but it would at least take several days and nights. With that amount of time, the supreme immortal kings from the prehistoric era residing in the eighth layer of heaven would have long been aware, and likewise would have prepared at the barrier above, making it no different from starting a battle from the entrance. The open heaven immortal king, the supreme immortal king, and more than 20 other supreme immortal kings working together, would need several days and nights to barely manage to tear open the barrier between the seventh layer of heaven and the eighth layer of heaven. The barrier between the sixth layer heaven and the seventh layer of heaven, although not as tough as the former, would certainly also require more than 20 supreme immortal kings giving their full effort for the better part of a day or even 2 days to hope to tear it open. But just a moment ago, the figure that suddenly arrived, how long did it take to shred the barrier between the sixth layer heaven and the seventh layer of heaven? A breath? Or merely an instant? And this figure, it seems, did not only tear apart the barrier between the sixth layer heaven and the seventh layer of heaven, the barriers of the 5 major layers beneath were all brutally shredded without a moment's pause. This power is too terrifying, even for the likes of the open heaven immortal king and supreme immortal king, such formidable supreme immortal kings. It caused their hearts to tremble at this moment. Furthermore, in the moment that figure appeared, an invisible and terrifying chi and blood domain covered 1/10 of the seventh layer of heaven, enveloping all the supreme immortal kings within it. Compared to the shock of the other supreme immortal kings, Lingshu Immortal King felt almost suffocated at this moment. Merely approaching that figure caused the higher power of creation in his body to fall into dead silence, not to mention the 6 other ordinary powers of creation. You, who exactly are you? Which era's powerful figure are you? Lingshu Immortal King asked tremblingly. As a supreme immortal king from the prehistoric era, Lingshu Immortal King understood that the spirit realm had gone through one era after another over countless millennia. The prehistoric era? The era of 3,000 Tao states. Those were just the 2 most recent eras. Before these 2 eras, there were even more ancient and inscrutable eras. Who am I? Just now, didn't you sneak attack me? Lin Yuan glanced at Lingshu Immortal King and spoke calmly. The Taiji primordial spirit, under the great destructive force of Lingshu Immortal King's 3rd realm, transformed into nothingness. Although it was partly because Lin Yuan dismissed it intentionally, it was indeed due to Lingshu Immortal King. At the moment the Taiji primordial spirit was sneak attacked, Lin Yuan's true body left the martial temple and directly entered the 9 heavens, following the principle that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. He traversed through various marvels and phenomena, layer barriers, and arrived here. Sneak attack you? Lingshu Immortal King was slightly stunned. Immediately, his face showed an incredulous expression. The martial ancestor earlier, was it this person in front of him? Lingshu Immortal King found it hard to believe. The martial ancestor's strength was indeed very strong, even surpassing the Open Heaven Immortal King and Supreme Immortal King. But that was it. In a one-on-one situation, even without sneak attacking, Lingshu Immortal King was confident he could suppress the martial ancestor. The reason for the sneak attack was merely to resolve the fight quickly and, as much as possible, erase this unstable factor that was the martial ancestor. For Lingshu Immortal King, who had lived through the long years, he no longer cared about whether it involved sneak attacking or not. The surrounding Supreme Immortal Kings were also closely watching Lin Yuan. They couldn't help it. Lin Yuan's method of appearance was too terrifying. With formidable barriers of the heaven, the appearance was like mere thin paper in his presence. It was utterly unimaginable. The martial ancestor? He is the martial ancestor? How is that possible? No, wait, the aura is similar. They could indeed be the same person. Many supreme immortal kings, especially those from the era of 3,000 Tao states, initially were utterly dumbfounded, but as they carefully felt it out, they vaguely discovered that the martial ancestor, who they had good relations with, indeed had similarities in aura with the person before them. This similarity was fundamental, possessing the same power of creation, as well as that vast power similar to the world's force of the spirit realm. The difference is that the earlier martial ancestor, who possessed that type of world's force, if it were from the lower realm's Wundao province. Chapter 481 Invincible Lin Yuan. Subscribe please. _2 Then the martial ancestor now could casually release a strand of world power that was as vast as 3,000 Dao Zhou states. Impossible, how could you be so strong? Even if it's an avatar or incarnation, the gap between it and the true self couldn't possibly be this big. Lingshu Immortal King murmured to himself, voicing the doubts that all the supreme immortal kings harbored in their hearts. The difference in strength between the former and current martial ancestors was too great, and even though Lingshu Immortal King knew such a powerful being would not deign to lie, he still refused to believe it. That's something you don't need to know anymore. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Under normal circumstances, Lin Yuan's Taiji primordial spirit was not much weaker than his true self. But alas, the mysterious gourd had brought about a tenfold increase both to the true Bodhi's internal world and to the physical body. What did a tenfold increase imply? The internal world expanded from 680,000 square miles to 70 million square miles, and the boost to the power of the world was far beyond 100 or a few hundred times. It was precisely because of his vast inner world that Lin Yuan was able to crushingly break into the 7th layer of heaven. Of course, apart from the physical body and inner world, the divine skill enhancement that Lin Yuan commanded also widened the gap between his true self and the Taiji primordial spirit. Enhancement is a physical body divine ability that can incidentally boost the spirit will of the soul, but its foundation lies in the physical body. The Taiji primordial spirit, which is only the primordial spirit body, is incapable of using this divine skill. However, the enhancement divine skill came with side effects. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Lin Yuan would not use this trump card. A thought flickered in Lin Yuan's mind. The terrifying power of the world, following the spatial planes of the seventh layer of heaven, directly rolled towards Lingshu Immortal King. The physical body of Lingshu Immortal King directly turned to dust, the higher power of creation, the power of annihilation, condensed into a sphere, and fell into the hands of Lin Yuan. The other types of ordinary powers of creation were also integrated by Lin Yuan into his body. These powers of creation, especially the higher power of creation, were highly valued by Lin Yuan. Taking them back to the main world would transform them into higher cosmic forces, greatly benefiting his 9th rank Dao. Swish. After the physical body of Lingshu Immortal King shattered, an ethereal soul body flew out in escape. As a supreme immortal king within the immortal cultivation system, most of their methods are invested in the soul. Battles between supreme immortal kings rarely end in life or death, largely because the supreme immortal kings at most just give up their physical bodies. As long as they are willing to escape with their soul bodies, they could almost always get away. Too terrifying. The soul body of Lingshu Immortal King trembled in spirit. Just now, under the pressure of the power of the world, he nearly failed to escape with his soul body. This martial ancestor, his background is definitely not simple. He must be one of those terrifying beings from the earliest eras. Lingshu Immortal King's soul body tore through the void, fleeing towards the entrance to the 8th layer of heaven. You think you can escape? Lin Yuan disappeared from where he stood. The next moment, next to Lingshu Immortal King's soul body, a hand reached out and grabbed. Ah! Lingshu Immortal King's soul body let out a piercing scream and was immediately grasped by Lin Yuan, who proceeded with a soul search and then refined it into the purest spiritual power. The 8th layer of heaven. An area of winding palaces within a certain side hall. A man with a face that closely resembled Lingshu Immortal King opened his eyes. As a supreme immortal king who had survived from the prehistoric era, Lingshu Immortal King had many life-saving methods. Even if his true self perished, he could still resurrect within this body that had been prepared long ago. However, at this moment, Lingshu Immortal King felt no joy from his resurrection. His gaze was filled with worry and unease. That martial ancestor is too frightening. I have cultivated the power of annihilation to the 3rd realm and supplemented it with 6 other ordinary powers of creation of the 3rd realm, but in front of that martial ancestor, I couldn't even struggle. Lingshu Immortal King felt a chill in his heart. For the long years from the prehistoric era to now, he finally felt the breath of death. It was complete death. Given the strength of the martial ancestor, he will surely enter the 8th layer of heaven soon. Lingshu Immortal King steadied his spirit. I must inform the chaotic celestial king and the others. In the prehistoric era, although Lingshu Immortal King was an outstanding figure among the supreme immortal kings, he was not the strongest. The ones who could truly be called the strongest immortal kings of the ancient past were the chaotic celestial kings, who had led Lingshu Immortal King and the others to take charge of the 8th layer of heaven. These supreme immortal kings had mastered several high-level powers of creation and had all cultivated to the 3rd realm. Their strength was immeasurable. Of course, in the eyes of the Lingshu Immortal King, even if the strongest immortal kings under the chaotic celestial king were added together, they would still be far from being a match for the martial ancestor. At least in front of the chaotic celestial king, he could still talk back for a while, but the mere thought of resisting the martial ancestor was something he dared not even entertain. But now, the Lingshu Immortal King didn't have much of a choice, as the martial ancestor's entry into the 8th layer of heaven was imminent. The only thing he could rely on was the chaotic celestial king and his peers. The chaotic celestial king has been studying the 9th layer of heaven for so many years, perhaps he has figured out some kind of killing move that can stop the martial ancestor. The Lingshu immortal king had felt the power of the martial ancestor and didn't even dream that the chaotic celestial king and the others would be able to repel, let alone defeat him. If they could just barely hold him off, it would be a fortune from the heavens. After Lin Yuan conducted a soul search on the Lingshu immortal king, he learned many secrets about the 8th layer of heaven and the prehistoric era. So it turns out that the group of supreme immortal kings from the prehistoric era, led by the chaotic celestial king, the chaotic celestial king had realized 4 kinds of high-level powers of creation and had also cultivated them to the 3rd realm. After the end of the prehistoric era, the chaotic celestial king led a group of supreme immortal kings to ascend to the 8th layer of heaven and has been trying to reach the 9th layer of heaven ever since, but to this day, they have yet to succeed. Lin Yuan pondered in his heart. The chaotic celestial king had realized 4 kinds of high-level powers of creation and cultivated them all to the 3rd realm. In this respect, Lin Yuan couldn't compare. Although Lin Yuan had also realized 4 kinds of high-level powers of creation, they were all at the 1st realm. But Lin Yuan also possessed an inner world with a radius of 70 million miles, and with the vast expanse of his inner world, he didn't consider the chaotic celestial king a concern. Has it not been long enough, and still, they have not ascended to the 9th layer of heaven? Lin Yuan was very interested in the chaotic celestial king. The 4 types of powers of creation the other party possessed probably included 1 or 2 that Lin Yuan had not realized. Them. Lin Yuan's gaze turned to the battlefield, looking towards the other supreme immortal kings. Run, quick, back to the 8th layer of heaven. The supreme immortal kings from the prehistoric era fled without hesitation towards the entrance to the 8th layer of heaven. What a joke! If they did not run now, were they waiting to follow the same path as the Lingshu immortal king? Although they didn't know the full extent of Lin Yuan's strength, just based on the means he used to kill the Lingshu immortal king, he was far beyond what they could handle. As for joining forces and resisting together, when the gap in strength reached a certain level, the advantage of numbers would no longer be an advantage, unless it was the sea of bugs tactics used in the main world. Otherwise, dozens of supreme immortal kings in front of Lin Yuan would likely be no more significant than toys, to be trifled with at will. Lin Yuan did not stop these supreme immortal kings from their mass flee. There was mainly no need, since above was the 8th layer of heaven, so where could these supreme immortal kings even escape to? For a moment, within the 7th layer of heaven, only Lin Yuan, the open heaven immortal king, the supreme immortal king, and more than 20 other immortal kings were left. Martial ancestor. A moment later, the open heaven immortal king mustered the courage, approached Lin Yuan, and tried to speak. Open heaven. Lin Yuan gave a faint smile, voluntarily reined in his aura, and casually greeted him. During the 300 years, Lin Yuan had a pleasant time interacting with the open heaven immortal king, the supreme immortal king, and the various supreme immortal kings. He did not intend to leverage his strength to overwhelm at this moment. The response from Lin Yuan let the open heaven immortal king breathe a small sigh of relief. At least by speaking this way, Lin Yuan was treating him as one of his own. He didn't need to be as terrified as those supreme immortal kings from the prehistoric era. Martial ancestor, what kind of power of creation have you mastered exactly? Seeing this, the supreme immortal king stepped forward as well, unable to contain his curiosity. The power Lin Yuan had just displayed was terrifying, and if he had not lacked some of the characteristics that were legendary for a king above an immortal king, they would have almost believed Lin Yuan had already taken that step. What kind of power of creation? Lin Yuan shook his head. Should it be considered cosmic force? The cosmic force nurtured within the inner world was a power entirely different from the power of creation and cosmic force. It depended on the inner world one had opened up. It didn't require enlightenment. As long as one had opened up an inner world, one could master it. Chapter 482 500 Years, Seeking Subscriptions, Power of the World? Open Heaven Immortal King. Supreme Immortal Kings such as the Supreme Immortal King exchanged glances. They had never heard of such power of creation before. However, since martial ancestor said so, the power must exist. Let's go. Let's take a look at the 8th layer of heaven. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he headed towards the entrance to the 8th layer of heaven. At that time, the entrance to the 8th layer of heaven no longer had the supreme immortal kings from the prehistoric era standing guard. It was empty, with wisps of illusory power drifting around. That was the trial from the 7th layer of heaven to the 8th layer of heaven, a natural phenomenon within the 9 heavens. Even if destroyed, it would recover. Just like the barriers between the layers of heaven torn by Lin Yuan were now quickly restoring themselves. Just go straight up from the entrance. Lin Yuan took a glance. Previously, when the Taiji primordial spirit was ambushed by the Lingshu immortal king, Lin Yuan, in his true body, was in a rush, so he bulldozed his way through with a brute force approach. Now, there was no need for that. The entrance was right in front of them. They could simply pass through. The trial from the 7th layer of heaven to the 8th layer of heaven, similar to a soul illusion, was not unlike the heart demon tribulation and the tribulation of the spirit, but it was many times stronger than the latter. However, the many supreme immortal kings present had been tempered over a long period of time, and the strength of their spirits, even without deliberate cultivation, was not so weak that they could not easily pass through. Although Lin Yuan had experienced a relatively short period of time, his mental will index, having been honed in a supreme being's body, coupled with the nurturing of his vast inner world, was no weaker than that of the supreme immortal kings present, if not stronger. Lin Yuan easily arrived at the 8th layer of heaven. The environment here was similar to the 7th layer of heaven. The only difference was that there was a mysterious aura faintly permeating the area, originating from the 9th layer of heaven above. There are people beyond man, and heavens beyond heavens. Above the 9 heavens are the celestial beings. That's the age-old saying in the vast spirit realm regarding the 9th layer of heaven. The so-called celestial beings, as speculated by many supreme immortal kings, might be an invincible entity seated in the 9th layer of heaven overlooking the vast spirit realm. The reason why the supreme immortal kings from the prehistoric era and the many eras of the 3000 Tao states were so eager to enter the 9th layer of heaven was to seek the guidance of that invincible entity. This is the 8th layer of heaven? Indeed, it's extraordinary, different from the 7th layer of heaven. Open Heaven Immortal King and Supreme Immortal Kings like the Supreme Immortal King followed closely behind. This was their first ascent to the 8th layer of heaven. During past ascension battles, they were all repelled by the Lingshu Immortal King. Now, following behind Lin Yuan, they finally realized their long-standing wish. The 9th layer of heaven? Lin Yuan looked up, gazing into the sky. Compared to the barriers of the previous 8 layers of heaven, the barrier of the 9th layer of heaven faintly emitted a pale golden light, and even Lin Yuan was not sure he could break through it. Or to say, confident about shredding it, but it would take a significant amount of time, as the barrier between the 9 heavens, once damaged, would quickly regenerate. The speed at which Lin Yuan tore the barrier had to be much faster than the rate at which it recovered. Let's go to the entrance of the 9th layer of heaven. Lin Yuan made up his mind. After the soul search of the Lingshu Immortal King, he was very familiar with the 8th layer of heaven and directly flew towards the entrance to the 9th layer of heaven. The entrance to the 9th layer of heaven. Dozens of figures stood there. These dozens of figures were the most powerful of the supreme immortal kings from the prehistoric era, each having cultivated at least one type of high-level power of creation to the 3rd realm. Most had mastered more than 2 types of high-level power of creation in the 3rd realm. The Lingshu Immortal King had so oppressed the supreme immortal kings of the 3000 Tao states era that they could hardly breathe. But among this group of supreme immortal kings, they were basically at the bottom of the ranks. In the prehistoric era, having experienced a complete era of time, plus the long years of the current 3000 Tao states, the number of supreme immortal kings was much larger and stronger than the immature 3000 Tao states era. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Lin Yuan's figure appeared not far away. Open Heaven Immortal King and Supreme Immortal Kings like the Supreme Immortal King also followed behind Lin Yuan. So many powerful beings? Open Heaven Immortal King was a bit overwhelmed. Only now did they realize how ludicrous their battles for ascension had been. Among the many supreme immortal kings standing at the entrance to the 9th layer of heaven, Just a few could easily suppress the 20-some Supreme Immortal Kings. Supreme Immortal King was also looking tense at this moment. Had it not been for Lin Yuan standing in front of them, they might have had the urge to flee. The head of the various Supreme Immortal Kings from the prehistoric era was a tall figure with a chaotic aura. He stood at the very forefront of all the Immortal Kings, clearly the leader among the prehistoric era's strongest Immortal Kings. Chaotic Celestial King. Lin Yuan's gaze was calm. Having soul-searched Lingshu Immortal King, Lin Yuan naturally knew that the Chaotic Celestial King was the strongest Immortal King of the prehistoric era. Martial Ancestor. The Chaotic Celestial King turned around, looking seriously at Lin Yuan. Lingshu has already told me. Your strength, Martial Ancestor, far surpasses mine. Whatever you want, Martial Ancestor, just say it and I will agree. The Chaotic Celestial King spoke frankly, as if yielding proactively was not a matter of shame. In fact, that was indeed the case. Lingshu Immortal King had already shown to the Chaotic Celestial King and other Supreme Immortal Kings the happenings of the seventh layer of heaven. Including the Chaotic Celestial King, all the Supreme Immortal Kings from the prehistoric era acknowledged that they could not accomplish what Martial Ancestor had done. Even in many deductions made by the Chaotic Celestial King, even if all Supreme Immortal Kings joined forces, in the face of Martial Ancestor, they could at best only struggle to survive for a while before inevitably facing defeat. Knowing the outcome in advance, the Chaotic Celestial King naturally would not have any resistance, yielding and admitting defeat proactively. Oh! Chapter 483 500 Years, Subscription Request. _2 Lin Yuan did take an extra look at the Chaotic Celestial King. That was good, it spared him the extra effort. Separate your soul fragment, let me perform soul search, Lin Yuan said directly. He chose not to directly perform the soul search, which was a response to the Chaotic Celestial King's initiative to cooperate. Separating a soul fragment for Lin Yuan to perform soul search, compared to being suppressed by Lin Yuan before the soul search, had no significant difference, but it was much better in terms of saving face. No problem. The Chaotic Celestial King unhesitatingly split off a part of his soul fragment. This part of the soul fragment contained all his memories, and Lin Yuan only needed to perform soul search on this soul fragment to know everything he wanted to know. Lin Yuan took over the soul fragment from the Chaotic Celestial King. Within a few breaths, the soul search was complete. So that's how it is. Lin Yuan had some realizations in his heart. In the memory of the Chaotic Celestial King, there was the reason for the closing of the prehistoric era. A treasure fell from the 9th layer of heaven at the end of the prehistoric era. This treasure led to a great battle among many Supreme Immortal Kings of the prehistoric era. That battle caused the spirit realm to seem like it had entered doomsday, with tribulation stage celestial kings falling in great numbers. Ultimately, as the victor, the Chaotic Celestial King obtained that treasure and entered the 8th layer of heaven with many under his command. After the prehistoric era, the spirit realm took a long time to recover, gradually entering the next era. The 3000 Dao States era. Up to today, the 3000 Dao States era is still in its early stage, not even 1,000th of the prehistoric era. Give me the treasure. Lin Yuan looked at the Chaotic Celestial King. In the prehistoric era, the Chaotic Celestial King was only one of the strongest. There were a few Supreme Immortal Kings comparable to him, capable of compelling the Chaotic Celestial King to risk battling peers and initiate a Supreme Immortal King-level clash. Clearly, the treasure was critically important. This is that treasure. The Chaotic Celestial King hesitated for a moment, then promptly handed over the treasure. Having completed the soul search on his soul fragment, Lin Yuan's understanding of that treasure was no lesser than his, with no need for any concealment. The treasure handed over by the Chaotic Celestial King was an irregular stone, with faint traces of a mysterious force emanating, suffused with a primordial aura. This stone contains an aura of power of creation beyond the higher power of creation. As long as one can comprehend it, even if unable to take that step, one can still advance greatly in the realm of the Supreme Immortal King. The Chaotic Celestial King explained in a low voice, looking at the irregular stone in Lin Yuan's hand. Unfortunately, after so many years, I have never comprehended it. Even though I've been nearing the 9th layer of heaven, I have never grasped it. The tone of the chaotic celestial king conveyed an indescribable sentiment. The mysterious aura emanating from the 9th layer of heaven was similar to that of the stone, and the chaotic celestial king believed that being near the 9th layer of heaven for a long time would aid in comprehending the stone. But over the years, the chaotic celestial king's understanding of the stone had reached a standstill, and the mysterious power of creation exceeding the higher power of creation remained elusive. This was also the reason he was so decisive in handing over the stone. Because the chaotic celestial king felt that even if given another era, 10 eras, he would almost never comprehend the power of creation within the stone. Power of creation beyond the higher power of creation? Lin Yuan observed the irregular stone seriously. Compared to the chaotic celestial king's limited understanding, Lin Yuan hailed from the main world, understood the essence of cosmic force, and knew that power surpassing higher cosmic force was something only a 9th-rank evolver could control. Lin Yuan carefully examined the irregular stone. Your discernment is exceptional, observing the mysterious origin, deepening your mastery over its power. Your discernment is exceptional, observing the mysterious origin, deepening your mastery over its power. Your discernment is exceptional, observing the mysterious origin, deepening your mastery over its power. Mysterious origin, Lin Yuan contemplated internally. One thing was certain. The aura within this irregular stone indeed surpassed the higher power of creation. Having observed it for a while, if it were any other higher power of creation, he would have at least grasped something, but facing this irregularly shaped stone, he still had no gains. Of course, the no significant gains here refers to the gains being too insubstantial to be noticed. The 9th layer of heaven. Lin Yuan stored the irregular stone and looked up towards the distant entrance to the 9th layer of heaven. Compared to the entrances of the previous 8 layers, the entrance to the 9th layer of heaven was incredibly broad, as if welcoming supreme immortal kings to ascend. However, in reality, after having executed a soul search on the chaotic celestial king's memories, Lin Yuan knew that the tribulations leading to the 9th layer of heaven were terrifyingly formidable. Inside the entrance to the 9th layer of heaven, there lie the life imprints of the 10 strongest supreme immortal kings in the history of the spirit realm. That is to say, to enter the 9th layer of heaven, one must defeat the 10 strongest supreme immortal kings ever to have existed in the spirit realm. In fact, to call them the 10 strongest supreme immortal kings is somewhat imprecise. They should be referred to as the 10 strongest beings. Because perhaps some of the supreme immortal kings have already taken half a step beyond. The prehistoric era, the 3000 Dao provinces era. These are just the 2 most recent epochs. Before these epochs, there existed even more ancient epochs. No one knows when the spirit realm was born, and although the supreme immortal kings existed alongside the spirit realm, it doesn't mean they won't die. Not to mention, the end of the prehistoric era saw the demise of a great number of supreme immortal kings. With the strength of the martial ancestor, one could certainly make a breakthrough at the entrance to the 9th layer of heaven, the chaotic celestial king murmured. He had attempted it, but was unable to defeat even the first supreme immortal king's life imprint and was nearly crushed, managing to retreat only with great difficulty. Do you want to watch me make a try? Lin Yuan glanced at the chaotic celestial king. No rush. Even Lin Yuan would not underestimate the 10 strongest beings in the history of the spirit realm. It's not a matter of one era or one epoch, but since the birth of the spirit realm itself. Lin Yuan indeed intended to challenge the entrance to the 9th layer of heaven, but not now. He would wait until his power reached its peak before trying. Currently, although Lin Yuan surpassed such beings of an epoch as the chaotic celestial king, he was far from reaching his own limits. The green liquid in the mysterious gourd could still be absorbed further. The Martial Tao evolution system 8th stage had yet to be completely unlocked. A complete core space model had also not been fully realized. The cultivation of the Taiji power, too, had not yet reached the 3rd realm. The several other high-grade powers of creation, along with many ordinary powers of creation, were merely at the first realm. There was also that irregular stone obtained from the chaotic celestial king, which contained a mysterious power of creation surpassing the superior powers of creation. The chaotic celestial king might not have deciphered it, but that doesn't mean Lin Yuan couldn't. It was only a matter of how much time it would take. Lin Yuan was still far from his ultimate limit. During this traversal, Lin Yuan's allowed residence time had a limit of over 900 years, of which only just over 400 years had passed. Before clearly understanding what kinds of unexpected events might occur upon entering the entrance to the 9th layer of heaven, Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't rashly proceed. The chaotic celestial king had previously made an attempt but quickly retreated because he faced the first life imprint. That's why retreat was still an option. Lin Yuan wasn't sure whether, if he ventured deeper and failed, he would still be able to retreat. In such circumstances, Lin Yuan naturally opted for stability. Other supreme immortal kings yearned to ascend to the 9th layer of heaven because they wished to take that next step. Lin Yuan did not have this desire. In the main world, many evolution paths were perfected, and Lin Yuan had many directions for advancing into the 9th rank. His task now was to securely spend the rest of his allotted time, converting it into gains to take back to the main world. Right, all of you immortal kings, hand over a strand of your powers of creation to me. Lin Yuan surveyed the chaotic celestial king and other prehistoric-era supreme immortal kings and commanded. Yes. The chaotic celestial king hesitated, unsure of what Lin Yuan needed so much power of creation for, but dared not ask further and obediently shared a strand of his own power of creation. Very good, very good. Lin Yuan looked at the dozens of strands of powers of creation, including several high-grade ones he had never seen before, feeling quite satisfied. And so it was. Lin Yuan, in his true form, stayed stationed before the entrance leading to the 9th layer of heaven and once again began his meditation for enlightenment. Time passed. 500 years flew by like flowing water. Chapter 484 The Strongest Life Form Since the Birth of the Spirit Realm. Please subscribe. Xianyao City, Lin Residence. Lin Yuan and Lin Jianpain, along with Xinjin, sat facing each other, eating spiritual dishes while chatting. Over the past 500 years, the fame of martial ancestor had spread across the 3,000 Dao provinces. Even the strongest immortal king from the prehistoric era, the chaotic celestial king, had voluntarily submitted to him. However, very few knew about the parents of martial ancestor, which was also the result of Lin Yuan's deliberate suppression. His time residing in the spirit realm was limited. Unable to protect Lin Jianpain and Xinjin at all times, he could only try his best to detach them from the association with martial ancestor. Chang'er, try this spiritual dish, Xinjin said with a smile, as Lin Jianpain also expressed great interest. The three of them finished eating. After a moment of silence, Lin Yuan took the initiative to say, I might not come back for a long time, with only a few more years left until his time limit. According to Lin Yuan's plan, this was supposed to be his last meeting with Lin Jianpain and Xinjin. A long time? Lin Jianpain and Xinjin looked somewhat disappointed, but they had also expected this, as Lin Yuan was simply too dazzling, overseeing the 3,000 Dao provinces, hailed as the strongest in the era. Such a great being surely had more important matters to attend to. Chang'er, go ahead and do what you need to do. We are very satisfied with our current lives, Lin Jianpain said. Were it not for Lin Yuan, their Lin family would still be a minor clan in Xianyao City, nowhere near their current exalted status. If you need help, seek Li Qing, she will arrange it well, Lin Yuan nodded. After leaving the Lin residence, Lin Yuan walked on the streets of Xianyao City. In the past 500 years, Xianyao City had already become the most prosperous center of Dongyuntao province. The city, having undergone dozens of expansions, now covered an area of several million square miles. Every day, numerous true immortals and half-step immortal kings came in and out, and even the presence of tribulation-transcending celestial kings was felt. The martial Tao cultivation system had spread across the 3,000 Dao provinces, in no way inferior to the immortal cultivation system. In fact, in the several dozen Dao provinces centered around Xianyao City, the martial Tao cultivation system even surpassed the immortal cultivation system. It could be said that the prosperity of the Martial Tao cultivation system had reached its pinnacle. Not even those tribulation-transcending celestial kings or supreme immortal kings dared to shake it. My current strength has already reached a certain limit, Lin Yuan thought to himself. More than 200 years ago, Lin Yuan had already thoroughly perfected the 4th stage of the 8th stage Martial Tao. Since then, the 8th stage chapter was pioneered, and as for the 9th rank chapter, Lin Yuan also began to try integrating the Taiji rule into the space rules, making some progress, with the integration currently at 20 to 30%. In addition, Lin Yuan had already mastered over 5,500 core space models in his comprehension of the fundamental space rules. In 500 years, Lin Yuan had comprehended over 900 core space models, a pace not comparable to the 1,600 models understood in the previous 300 years. But it should be noted, out of 7,782 core space models, the difficulty of comprehension increases towards the later stages. Many evolvers at the peak of the 8th rank had been stuck on certain space models for thousands, if not tens of thousands of years. In just 500 years, Lin Yuan had almost effortlessly comprehended over 900 core space models, truly an abnormal and monstrous feat. Only over 2,000 core space models left to completely master the complete space rules, Lin Yuan thought. The space rules are a foundational rule of the main world, and many 9th rank powerhouses have yet to master it, although in theory, the 8th rank has the potential to master the complete space rules. But that's just theory. In the long history of the main world universe Starry Sky, which 8th rank powerhouse has actualized this theory? The breakthrough from 8th rank to 9th rank requires the fusion rules, but as a foundational rule, the space rules do not require full mastery for integration. At the 8th rank, attempting to grasp the space rules or to discover more cosmic forces are both extremely time-consuming endeavors, arguably delaying the breakthrough to the 9th rank. With 5,500 core space rules, enough to uphold an inner world of 750,000 square miles, plus the 13-fold base enhancement from absorbing the fluid in the mysterious gourd. Now, the size of my inner world has already surpassed 9,750,000 square miles, approaching 1 billion square miles, the green fluid inside the mysterious gourd, being far more difficult to absorb than the previous 3 types. Lin Yuan had only managed to absorb nearly 99% over 500 years. In theory, absorbing all 4 types of fluids in the mysterious gourd could enhance the inner world by up to 13.32 times. Now that Lin Yuan had already reached 13 times, he wasn't far from completely absorbing the green fluid. Power of creation. Lin Yuan thought of the greatest gain from this traversal. The many gains before, for Lin Yuan, could be accomplished anywhere, not exclusive to the spirit realm. However, the power of creation, only the spirit realm, with the easing of restrictions on such a cosmic force and the cooperation of various celestial kings, had Lin Yuan made astonishing progress in comprehending the power of creation. So far, I have mastered 12 kinds of superior power of creation and over 60 ordinary ones. In fact, in the last 300 to 400 years, Lin Yuan had essentially given up on comprehending ordinary power of creation. Since each superior power of creation encompassed the essence of multiple ordinary ones to some extent, comprehending a single type of superior power of creation was equivalent to understanding several, if not dozens, of ordinary ones. 12 kinds of superior power of creation. Lin Yuan's gaze grew fervent, his focus not on these 12 kinds of superior power of creation, but on feeling the strand of primordial essence of power of creation in his inner world. Chapter 485 The Strongest Life Form Since the Birth of the Spirit Realm. Please subscribe. _2 This power of creation that had been grasped was precisely what Lin Yuan had comprehended from the treasure that had fallen from the 9th layer of heaven, given by the chaotic celestial king. The end of the prehistoric era was related to this stone-like treasure. The chaotic celestial king speculated that this treasure contained a mysterious force that transcended higher power of creation, but after spending an unknown amount of time and even dominating the 8th layer of heaven, he had not comprehended the slightest bit of it. Primal force. Lin Yuan's heart burned with eagerness. Relying on his against heaven's understanding, It had taken him over 400 years to comprehend it from that treasure. Lin Yuan named this power of creation the primal force, symbolizing the initial power of all things. The primal force of the first realm could suppress the higher power of creation of the third realm. Even Lin Yuan was somewhat shocked by the formidable might of this power of creation. There are still over 10 years left to stay. It's time to make a challenge in the 9th layer of heaven. Lin Yuan had made up his mind, and this was also the reason why he had bid farewell to his parents. Even if he were to continue his seclusion for another decade, it would not be of much benefit to him. Instead of doing so, it would be better to enter the legendary 9th layer of heaven to take a look. Martial Temple Hall. Lin Yuan was seated at the main seat, with dozens of warriors from the martial temple standing respectfully below. In 500 years, plus the previous 300, Lin Yuan had intentionally nurtured 8 7th-rank practitioners within the martial Tao cultivation system. And as Lin Yuan's direct disciple in the central divine continent of the lower realms, Li Qing had even created his own inner world, stepping into the 8th stage of martial arts. Martial Ancestor. The dozens of martial temple powerhouses spoke fervently, bowing towards Lin Yuan. In the span of hundreds of years, martial Tao cultivators have been emerging endlessly, often suppressing cultivators of the immortal path. But from today on, you need to be more discreet. Lin Yuan scanned the crowd, speaking calmly. Martial Ancestor is the strongest in the 3,000 Tao states. Even those tribulation-transcending celestial kings treat you with the highest respect. Why should we be discreet? A young 7th-stage martial Tao asked softly. Lin Yuan glanced at him. This 7th stage of martial arts practitioner, who possessed rare martial talent, followed the path of thunder and comprehended the Tao of world-ending thunder, excelling in the aspect of attack. After today, I won't return to the 3,000 Tao states, and you will have to rely on yourselves. If you're not discreet, you're going to suffer, Lin Yuan said, his gaze distant. With Li Qing, an 8th-stage martial Tao cultivator stationed here, and the might left by Lin Yuan, even if he truly disappeared for at least 1 million or even 10 million years, the martial Tao cultivation system would not encounter any problems. Lin Yuan said this as a reminder to these strong figures of the martial temple. Where are you going, martial ancestor? The expressions of the other martial temple powerhouses changed. What did the martial ancestor mean by saying he would not return to the 3,000 Tao states? Just take care of yourselves. Without further explanation, Lin Yuan disclosed that although consuming 10 strands of world-breaking origin force could allow him to descend once more into the spirit realm. However, unless it was absolutely necessary, Lin Yuan would not do such a thing. Even if the martial temple were to be destroyed one day, as long as the martial Tao cultivation system was still being spread, Lin Yuan couldn't be bothered to intervene. The 8th layer of heaven. The chaotic celestial king, open heaven immortal king, supreme immortal kings gathered at the entrance leading to the 9th layer of heaven. The martial ancestor has summoned us here, but what for? Could it be that he wishes to challenge the 9th layer of heaven? With the martial ancestor's strength, penetrating the heavens and the earth, he might indeed possess the capability to enter the 9th layer of heaven. At the entrance to the 9th layer of heaven, there are the imprints of the strongest 10 life forms since the birth of the spirit realm. The martial ancestor is indeed powerful, but compared to the strongest 10 from ancient times to the present, the supreme immortal kings discussed softly. The history of the spirit realm was unfathomable, but in those earliest ancient epics, there were even existences born concurrently with the spirit realm. Even if the martial ancestor was extraordinary, compared to those beings born with the world, he would likely fall short. At that moment, Lin Yuan's figure appeared silently. Martial ancestor. Martial ancestor. Martial ancestor. The chaotic celestial king and other supreme immortal kings immediately ceased their discussion, bowing slightly to the martial ancestor. I am going to enter the 9th layer of heaven. If you want to watch, just stay here and watch. Lin Yuan glanced at the many supreme immortal kings. Having said this, Lin Yuan vanished, appearing at the entrance to the 9th layer of heaven. Is the martial ancestor really going to challenge the 9th layer of heaven? Quick, Let's watch. This is an event that may not happen even in an entire era. I wonder how far Martial Ancestor can get. Many supreme immortal kings were invigorated, quickly engaging in discussion. There are 10 layers in the passageway leading to the entrance of the 9th layer of heaven. There is a life form imprint on each layer, making a total of 10 life form imprints. These 10 life form imprints come from the 10 most powerful life forms since the birth of the spirit realm. Although I possess the strength of the strongest celestial king of the prehistoric era, I had no power to resist in front of the first layer life form's imprint. Can Martial Ancestor defeat the imprint of the first layer life form? The chaotic celestial king was somewhat expectant. 500 years ago, knowing he was no match for Martial Ancestor, he didn't resist and submitted willingly. The chaotic celestial king only knew that Martial Ancestor was very strong, but he didn't know exactly how strong. Now, he could take the opportunity to gauge Martial Ancestor's true strength as he braved the 9th layer of heaven. The first layer life form, Lin Yuan stepped into the passageway, where clouds and mist swirled and quickly condensed into a humanoid silhouette. This silhouette, clad in red armor, stood there as if it were the great sun of the spirit realm, radiating endless light and warmth. The first layer life form imprint in the passageway of the 9th layer of heaven is the weakest among the 10-layered imprints. But it still ranks among the top 10 existences amongst the countless mighty of the spirit realm since its inception. Even for a dominant figure of an era like the chaotic celestial king, there was no ability to resist before it, utterly overpowered and trounced. The figure in red armor looked down on Lin Yuan, its resuscitated life form imprint driven only by battle instincts, devoid of emotions. Outside the passageway, the chaotic celestial king and other supreme immortal kings widened their eyes in shock. The true combat power of Martial Ancestor could almost be seen from his fight with the first layer life form imprint. I wonder how many moves Martial Ancestor can withstand. The chaotic celestial king watched closely, expecting a drawn-out battle where Martial Ancestor might win but only with a Pyrrhic victory, and that was if he could win at all. Inside the passageway, Lin Yuan also sized up his opponent. Don't recognize. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Throughout the epics of the spirit realm, countless strong had vanished into the annals of history. Lin Yuan was at most familiar with the epics of the 3,000 Dao provinces and knew some of the prehistoric era, but his knowledge of the mighty from the more ancient epics was very limited. The power of creation that it mastered is something I have already figured out. Lin Yuan immediately felt somewhat lackluster, planning to end the battle quickly. Lin Yuan raised his right hand and pressed forward. Terrifying world power surged out. The figure in red armor resisted for only a moment before it was crushed to dust by the immense world power. With Lin Yuan's nearly 100 million miles of inner world, coupled with the augmentation of many powers of creation, his strength was already extreme. No special moves or secret techniques were needed, just an overwhelming force. What? It's over already? Martial Ancestor is too strong. Outside the passageway, the crowd of supreme immortal kings was dumbfounded. They had been guessing how many moves Martial Ancestor could withstand before being defeated, but to their surprise, the situation was entirely the opposite. The life form that ranked 10th in the history of the spirit realm didn't even withstand a single move from Martial Ancestor. Martial Ancestor. Even the chaotic celestial king couldn't believe it. He had tried to breach the first layer and knew how terrifying that life form imprint was. Yet, the life form represented by this imprint seemed as fragile as an infant before Martial Ancestor. Inside the passageway, Lin Yuan breached the first layer and quickly arrived at the second layer. Then came the third layer, the fourth layer, the fifth layer. These life forms, represented by the life form imprints, weren't limited to the human race and included true dragons, skywinds, Qilins, and many other formidable beings. These beings were entirely above the supreme immortal kings, but in front of Lin Yuan, they were still as fragile as ants, no different from the figure in red armor from the first layer. A single strike penetrated them. Before long, Lin Yuan had reached the 10th layer. This layer's life form was the most powerful since the inception of the spirit realm, bar none. Surrounded by clouds and mist, Lin Yuan stood still, waiting. Soon, from deep within the clouds, a tall figure slowly emerged. This towering figure looked young, with boundless vitality coursing through its body, mighty and endless. Chapter 486. Where is everyone? Please subscribe. Outside the passage. Chaotic Celestial King and many other supreme immortal kings were stunned. Initially, they thought that after Martial Ancestor defeated the opponent on the first layer with one move, he would need to engage in a tough struggle against the subsequent layer's opponents. But unexpectedly, for Martial Ancestor, the opponent on the first layer was just the beginning. Second layer, third layer, all opponents were defeated with a single move. How was this possible? Could it be that the strength of the opponents in the first, second, and third layers were all the same? Many immortal kings thought it through and realized it was impossible. The only possibility was that Martial Ancestor was too strong. Just like how Chaotic Celestial King, a supreme immortal king, could resolve any tribulation-transcending celestial king with one move, whether they were just beginning or at their peak. My God, that is the Dragon Ancestor, the true dragon progenitor of the spirit realm, born at the dawn of the spirit realm, vanished before the endless ages. A supreme immortal king saw that Martial Ancestor's opponent on the seventh layer was a million-zhang-long true dragon, its dragon horns golden, exuding a noble aura. The true dragon progenitor, as the ancestral origin of all in the spirit realm with true dragon bloodline, it was said the dragon ancestor intended to merge his own bloodline into all beings' bodies. Thus, even though countless millennia had passed since the dragon ancestor vanished, the true dragon bloodline still lingered. In the Zhejiang domain of the 3,000 Dao provinces, a dragon rising site once bore a tribulation-transcending dragon king. Of course, that dragon king was no match for the true dragon progenitor. The former, upon facing the latter, didn't even need to make a move, being completely suppressed by the innate differential in their bloodlines. The dragon ancestor was too famous, its bloodline lingering in the spirit realm without vanishing into history. So many supreme immortal kings recognized it at first glance. In fact, the power of Dragon Ancestor was indeed terrifying, situated on the seventh layer at the entrance to the ninth layer of heaven. That is, in the spirit realm's judgment, the Dragon Ancestor was ranked the fourth strongest life form since the creation of the spirit realm. However, in front of Lin Yuan, even the formidable true dragon progenitor was merely punched through, his dragon body pierced, the residual force of the punch shattering his remaining body. The many immortal kings fell silent. Chaotic Celestial King's gaze was empty. That is the Heavenly Phoenix Ancestor. Unexpectedly, the Heavenly Phoenix Ancestor is even stronger than the Dragon Ancestor, located on the third layer. By the time Lin Yuan reached the eighth layer, the many supreme immortal kings revived their spirits, looking towards this layer's opponent, starting to discuss amongst themselves. The Heavenly Phoenix Ancestor was similar to the true dragon progenitor, both powerful lives born at the inception of the spirit realm, and the Heavenly Phoenix Ancestor also infused its bloodline into other beings. In many places across the 3,000 Dao provinces, numerous phoenix nests fostered lives bearing the phoenix bloodline. Although the Heavenly Phoenix Ancestor sparked a lot of discussion among the supreme immortal kings, remembering the fate of the true dragon progenitor made everyone sigh internally. Sure enough, facing the formidable Heavenly Phoenix Ancestor, Lin Yuan threw out another punch, tore through the phoenix body, and entered the ninth layer. He entered the 10th layer. Up to this layer, all the supreme immortal kings, including Chaotic Celestial King now doubting himself, were suddenly shocked. The 10th layer, the final layer on the pathway to the ninth heaven. Also, the layer where the life stamps of the strongest beings since the birth of the spirit realm are located. To pass this layer, one must defeat the strongest life form since the spirit realm's inception. How high is this difficulty? This isn't just the strongest life form of an era, not merely of an age, but the strongest life from since the inception of the spirit realm? One might guess, the strongest life form since the spirit realm's birth must have an enormous gap compared to the second and third strongest beings. Who knows what the strongest life form since the spirit realm's birth actually looks like? Many supreme immortal kings focused intently on the 10th layer, also conversing. Could it be from my human race? Probably not. Look at the 7th, 8th, and 9th layers. Those life forms aren't from the human race. Compared to naturally powerful beings like the Dragon Clan and Heavenly Phoenix Ancestor, our human race doesn't hold any advantage. Supreme immortal kings shared their views. If not for the passage of eras, those with powerful ancestral bloodlines vanishing from sight, the rulers of recent eras really might not have been immortal kings from the human race. Probably like the Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan, a powerful life born at the dawn of the world. An immortal king spoke, causing other immortal kings to nod in agreement. As all the supreme immortal kings were conversing, from the deep mists of the 10th layer's entrance, a figure emerged. This figure was humanoid, its sleeves fluttering. Merely standing there, it exuded an immensely terrifying aura, its life force enveloping the 3,000 Dao provinces. Martial Ancestor. Is this Martial Ancestor? The life stamp on the 10th layer is actually Martial Ancestor. Martial Ancestor is the strongest life form since the spirit realm's birth. The scene exploded with chatter from the many supreme immortal kings. Being the strongest life form since the inception of the spirit realm was such a lofty accolade that they had never considered that this strongest being might be Martial Ancestor, who existed in the same era as them. Indeed, easily piercing through the previous 9 opponents, Martial Ancestor. Chaotic Celestial King murmured to himself. The previous 9 opponents were no match for a single punch from Martial Ancestor. If not Martial Ancestor, then who would be the strongest life form since the spirit realm's inception? The strongest life form since the birth of the spirit realm. I never imagined I would have the honor of witnessing such a powerhouse. Yes, surpassing Dragon Ancestor and Heavenly Phoenix Ancestor, Martial Ancestor is just too abnormal. The supreme immortal kings were greatly moved. But subsequently, the many supreme immortal kings then realized Martial Ancestor was the strongest life form since the spirit realm's inception, possessing the unquestionable greatest combat power. Chapter 487. Where is the person? Please subscribe. But could this combat power and killing force defeat Martial Ancestor himself? It's unfair. There's no way to get through the entrance to the 9th layer of heaven. Right? If it's not the 10 strongest beings since the birth of the spirit realm, even the 1st layer can't be breached. To be the strongest being since the birth of the spirit realm, yet to fight against one's own life imprint? How can one win? All the supreme immortal kings started discussing animatedly. The opponent formed by the life imprint would not suffer the slightest depletion of combat power, being capable of using all the methods, abilities, talents, and divine skills that the original owner possessed. That's why the reaction of the supreme immortal kings was so intense. For any powerful being, defeating an enemy was one thing, but defeating oneself? How could one defeat oneself? Moreover, the opponent formed by the life imprint had no emotions, only fighting instincts, which made them even more formidable. Of course, since both had identical abilities and methods, it was almost impossible for the opponent to defeat Martial Ancestor, but it was also nearly impossible for Martial Ancestor to defeat the opponent. This 9th layer of heaven really doesn't want us to pass, sighed the chaotic Celestial King, looking up at the Martial Ancestor on the 10th layer. The 10th layer. Lin Yuan looked at the opponent on this layer. Indistinguishable from himself, with the same aura, the same fluctuation of vital energy, and even faintly emitting the scent of the inner world. The only difference was that the opponent's gaze was indifferent and cold, like a machine. This spirit realm. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly, although he had not actively integrated his life imprint into the spirit realm. But as long as one had existed in the spirit realm and exerted themselves, reaching a certain level of strength, their life imprint would be automatically recorded by the spirit realm. Lin Yuan stood there momentarily. The condensed Martial Ancestor made the first move. These strong beings formed by life imprints had no emotions or thoughts, only one idea, which was to defeat Lin Yuan. Boom! A terrifying aura pierced directly through the entrance of the previous 9 layers and spread over the 8th layer of heaven. So strong. Martial Ancestor didn't use much effort in the previous 8 layers. The Supreme Immortal Kings felt a chill run down their spines and immediately began to resist with all their might. On the 10th layer, even just the residual effects of an exchange between Martial Ancestor and Martial Ancestor, after passing through 9 layers and reaching the 8th layer of heaven, were still like heaven and earth collapsing. One could imagine, if the battlefield had not been on the 10th layer but in the 8th layer of heaven, probably the entire 8th layer of heaven would be destroyed. It might even affect the 7th and 6th layer heaven. This was simply inconceivable. Keep in mind, even with the fall of the prehistoric era, the chaotic celestial king and a host of other supreme immortal kings fighting with their lives only affected the surface of the spirit realm. As for the 9 heavens, not even the 1st layer of heaven was affected. Boom, boom, boom. On the battlefield of the 10th layer, Lin Yuan and Martial Ancestor exchanged hundreds of moves in an instant. Martial Tao cultivation system, numerous powers of creation, even that wisp of primal force that surpassed the higher powers of creation, the forces of the inner world nearly hundreds of millions of miles around. Any method that Lin Yuan possessed, the opponent possessed as well. This is troublesome, Lin Yuan slightly furrowed his brows. The opponent Martial Ancestor could be said to be strong, and yet not strong. Lin Yuan felt it was not strong because the opponent was a replica of himself, and who in the world understood himself better than he did? But in this situation, there was no way for the opponent Martial Ancestor to defeat Lin Yuan, yet it was also difficult for Lin Yuan to defeat the opponent. Sadly, my strength is still too low, Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. The life imprint replica at the entrance to the 9th layer of heaven also had its limits. For example, it definitely could not replicate a complete supreme being. Just that Lin Yuan's current strength couldn't compare to the entire volume of the spirit realm, the inner world nearly hundreds of millions of miles in radius, not even comparable to a great realm of the spirit realm, so replicating everything about Lin Yuan was quite easy. Should I try the physical body divine ability enhancement? Lin Yuan thought to himself. The physical body divine ability enhancement was indeed the divine ability awakened by Lin Yuan's body during this descent. Once used, all of one's own being, including the physical body, qi, blood, soul and mind, would be enhanced tenfold. Of course, it could only last for 10 breaths, and after those 10 breaths, Lin Yuan would enter a period of weakness. Ever since he had awakened this divine skill, Lin Yuan had never tried it, as there was no need. None of the opponents he faced had ever pushed him to the extent of needing to use this divine skill. Due to the side effects of the divine skill enhancement, this divine skill could only be used as a last resort. What if the opponent has also replicated the divine skill enhancement? Lin Yuan looked at his opponent Martial Ancestor. He then suddenly burst forth, using his left arm as a sacrifice. He crushed the opponent's right arm. The physical body divine ability Blood Rebirth automatically activated, and Lin Yuan's left arm quickly regenerated. Lin Yuan looked towards his opponent Martial Ancestor, and noticed that the opponent's right arm was also rapidly recovering. Blood Rebirth has been replicated, presumably enhancement has been as well. Lin Yuan immediately had a clear understanding. He knew that once he used the divine skill enhancement, the opponent would likely instantly use the enhancement divine skill as well. Although this divine skill has the effect of increasing one's own capabilities tenfold, if everyone is amplified, it equates to no amplification at all. The 8th layer of heaven, entrance to the 9th layer of heaven. Although the clash and slaughter between the two Martial Ancestors affected the 8th layer of heaven, with supreme immortal kings mutually defending, they could still hold on for a while, unwilling to give up viewing the battle on the 10th layer. The fight between the strongest beings since the birth of the spirit realm, perhaps after today, there would be no next time. All supreme immortal kings would watch, even at the cost of their physical bodies. Although Lord Martial Ancestor is not at a disadvantage, he hasn't gained any advantage either. Dragging on like this will only lead to a deadlock, spoke the chaotic celestial king in a low voice. Even though the combat level of the two Martial Ancestors was exceedingly high, the basic advantage and disadvantage could still be discerned. Beyond man, there's always another. Beyond the heavens, there's another sky. Above the ninth layer of heaven there are heavenly beings, but this ninth layer of heaven, it's practically unreachable. Even the martial ancestor, the strongest being in history, is struggling so much. Who else could ascend it? A supreme immortal king spoke in a disheartened tone, feeling that the ninth layer of heaven he sought was nothing but an illusion. Beyond man, there's always another. Beyond the heavens, there's another sky. Above the ninth layer of heaven there are heavenly beings. The chaotic celestial king remained silent. This saying had existed for who knows how long. Even among the 3,000 Dao provinces, it extended into another meaning. That is, beyond the strong, there are stronger ones. Even for a supreme immortal king, invincibility is not guaranteed. At this moment, using it here seemed quite appropriate, even for the historically strongest being, martial ancestor, who was blocked on the 10th layer. Even if martial ancestor were able to surpass the 10th layer and enter the 9th layer of heaven, perhaps he would meet even more formidable opponents. The 10th layer. Lin Yuan was still clashing with his opponent martial ancestor. To conquer the opponent, the only possibility is to use a method that he cannot replicate. Lin Yuan thought calmly, yet his eyes were glowing. Unable to replicate, Lin Yuan looked at his opponent martial ancestor. You may possess everything I have, but can you possess my understanding? Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding came from the door to the myriad realms, and since even the supreme beings in the spirit realm could not replicate it, how could they replicate the door to the myriad realms? Your understanding is against heaven. As you fight the opponent, you gradually discern the opponent's weaknesses. In an instant, many vulnerabilities of the opponent martial ancestor appeared in Lin Yuan's realization. Primal force. Lin Yuan activated the power of the world, merging it with the primal force, which transcended higher creation powers, forming a terrifying strike that instantly penetrated his opponent martial ancestor. With that, the battle ended. The opponent martial ancestor stood there stunned. His inner world began to collapse rapidly under Lin Yuan's strike, and his physical body started to disintegrate into dust. Crashing sounds. The opponent on the 10th layer disappeared. Lin Yuan stepped forward, vanishing from the 10th layer. The 9th layer of heaven. Clouds billowed. Endless and vast. Lin Yuan stood alone on the peak of a mountain. They say there are always greater skies beyond the heavens and greater people beyond men. Above the 9th layer of heaven there are heavenly beings. Lin Yuan looked around. All creatures and matters lay beneath his feet, standing alone on the mountain peak, overlooking as though in the vast world he was alone. But where are the people? Chapter 488 Return. End of this volume. Please subscribe. 8th layer of heaven. A host of supreme immortal kings fell silent. Martial ancestor. Has martial ancestor ascended to the 9th layer of heaven? After a long while, Supreme Immortal King's voice trembled slightly. As Supreme Immortal Kings, even those born during the epochs of 3,000 Dao provinces, who ruled over the universe, had long since ceased to feel shock. But in the last few hundred years, due to martial ancestors' emergence, they, the Supreme Immortal Kings, had their understanding refreshed time and again. Now, he had even ascended to the 9th layer of heaven, achieving the ultimate goal that all immortal kings had aspired to throughout the epochs. He must have ascended. The open heaven immortal king took a deep breath. Beyond the 10th layer lies the 9th layer of heaven. Martial ancestor is now in the 9th layer of heaven. The many immortal kings at the scene exchanged glances, their thoughts numerous and complex. Though ascending to the 9th layer of heaven had nothing to do with them, they all bore witness to martial ancestors' ascent, feeling an inexplicable sense of involvement. Who knows what lies in the 9th layer of heaven? Is it like the previous 8 layers, filled with wonders and anomalies? It's unclear, but it is said that there are Tianren in the 9th layer of heaven. I wonder if martial ancestor has encountered them? We have witnessed a grand event in the history of the spirit realm, making this life worthwhile. The supreme immortal kings conversed in detail, previously segregated into factions of prehistoric era kings and 3,000 Dao provinces era kings based on the epochs they hailed from. But now, all supreme immortal kings, forsaking their factional divides, faced the significant event of martial ancestor ascending to the 9th layer of heaven, aware that there was no difference among spirit realm beings in its presence. Ninth layer of heaven. There probably will be no one else who can ascend to the ninth layer of heaven after this. The chaotic celestial king looked towards the entrance of the ninth layer of heaven and sighed softly. The other supreme immortal kings, hearing this, felt an immediate connection. Ascending to the ninth layer of heaven was the goal of all powerhouses in the spirit realm, and in the distant past, during ancient epochs unknown to all present immortal kings, perhaps some powerhouse had ascended to the ninth layer of heaven. Such as the dragon ancestor, whose place in the seventh layer of the brand of life mysteriously disappeared, possibly entering the ninth layer of heaven. And the phoenix ancestor, among others. The older the era, the fewer the life brands etched in the fabric of the spirit realm, leading to relatively weaker strength for the 10 strongest life forms within the ninth layer of heaven entryway. The difficulty of passing through was accordingly lower. Of course, this was all speculation by the chaotic celestial king. He did not know whether the vanished dragon ancestor or phoenix ancestor actually ascended to the ninth layer of heaven. But there was at least this possibility, this hope. But now, the chaotic celestial king was certain. Those who come after would definitely not have the possibility, definitely not have the hope, of ascending to the ninth layer of heaven. With the presence of martial ancestor, with martial ancestor's brand of life placed at the 10th layer, the chaotic celestial king truly could not fathom just how cruel a blow it would be for the future era's supreme immortal kings who aimed for the ninth layer of heaven. Martial ancestor's strength, in comparison to the last 9 of the strongest life forms in the first 9 layers of the spirit realm, was an absolute chasm. Even if the strength of those 9 lives were combined and increased 10-fold or 100-fold, they would probably last but a punch, or a few punches at most, in front of martial ancestor. Imagine a supremely talented supreme immortal king of future generations, who has mastered all higher and ordinary powers of creation, unbeatable through tens of epical ages, then confidently attempting to venture through the ninth layer of heaven. After grueling battles, vanquishing layer after layer of opponents, they finally reach the 10th layer, only to be slain by the slap of martial ancestor's life brand. How utterly despairing that would be. From the first layer to the 9th layer, the difficulty of overcoming adversaries increased gradually, labeled as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then, upon reaching the 10th layer, the difficulty of victory suddenly spikes to 10,000. Therefore, in the eyes of the chaotic celestial king and other supreme immortal kings, the feat of ascending to the 9th layer of heaven would probably be characterized as no followers to come. For countless epical ages afterward, the strongest of many eras in the spirit realm would have to live under the shadow of martial ancestors' terror. 9th layer of heaven. Lin Yuan stood alone on the peak, deep in thought. This 9th layer of heaven holds no life. Could I possibly be the so-called Tianren? Lin Yuan's expression was somewhat odd. The legendary Tianren of the 9 heavens is said to oversee the spirit realm, immortal through countless ages, and these are things Lin Yuan seemed capable of achieving if he wished. Though there was a limit to the time he could remain, with the current strength of Lin Yuan's physical body, he indeed could achieve immortality through countless ages. One must know that Lin Yuan's physique was not just the pinnacle of the 8th stage of martial arts, but, with the enhancement and increased from the mysterious gourd, his physique had also been strengthened by 13 times. However, the mysterious aura here is indeed much denser, which is beneficial for comprehending the power of creation, Lin Yuan concluded after a thorough observation. The 9th layer of heaven lacked the numerous wonders and anomalies of the previous 8 layers, offering only an unbounded rolling sea of clouds, along with the mysterious aura pervading the void. This mysterious aura existed in the 8th layer as well, but compared to the 9th, it was too thin. Based on Lin Yuan's tests, the mysterious aura allowed a clearer perception of the nature of various powers of creation. Primordial stone. Lin Yuan glanced at the peak beneath his feet, which was similar to the treasure stone he had obtained from the chaotic celestial king. The stone contained an aura that transcended the higher powers of creation, the primal force. Lin Yuan called this kind of stone primordial stone. That is, Lin Yuan looked up, gazing in the direction above the 9 heavens. Chapter 489 Return, end of this volume, please subscribe. _2 At the highest point of space, where all meanings converge to the highest, a corner of a vast world countless times larger than the spirit realm came into view. The immortal realm. This is the legendary immortal realm. Lin Yuan's expression was pensive as he thought about the legends of the immortal realm, which were always prevalent in the spirit realm. That was the true upper domain, the dwelling place of the ancestral master. The so-called ancestral master, or ancestor of the immortal path, is the source of the immortal cultivation system, and if described by the main world, it is the ultimate in an evolutionary system. That is, the supreme being. Back in the central divine China world, Lin Yuan had faintly sensed the fearsome nature of the immortal cultivation system, which was hardly inferior to those 9 supreme evolutionary systems of the main world. Therefore, Lin Yuan speculated that perhaps there was already an ultimate existence in the immortal cultivation system, and the flourishing of the immortal cultivation system in the central divine China world could also be the will of that ultimate being. It was for that reason that Lin Yuan did not spread the immortal cultivation system in the main world. For ultimate beings, they can clearly sense every life that cultivates their own system. The spirit realm and even the space-time where the immortal realm exists are not in the same dimensional plane as the main world. Even beings as strong as the supreme ones cannot cross different dimensional planes to descend into another space-time. But if there was a guiding mark, it would be different, akin to a compass in the vast sea. And the lives that cultivate the immortal cultivation system serve as a guiding mark for the ancestor of the immortal path. Spreading the immortal cultivation system in the main world would not only increase the intangible foundation of that ancestor of the immortal path but also stand a chance of enabling them to lock in the space-time coordinates of the main world. Naturally, Lin Yuan would not engage in something with such great potential danger. Moreover, this approach had another downside. If he could sense the ultimate existence of the immortal cultivation system, so too could the supreme beings of human civilization in the main world. At that time, how would Lin Yuan explain to the supreme beings of human civilization? Spreading the martial path evolutionary path was because it was established by Lin Yuan himself, and it had never brought forth an ultimate. The first world that Lin Yuan traversed was the place where he got the initial inspiration for the martial arts evolution system, and the subsequent development of martial Tao was completely his own path. This immortal realm, since it can give birth to an ultimate existence like the ancestor of the immortal path, it must not be much weaker than the main world, and even if there are differences, they are probably on the same level, Lin Yuan thought to himself as his gaze still fixed on the corner of the immortal realm at the highest point in space. This was the second time Lin Yuan had seen the immortal realm. The first time was before traveling through worlds, when he extended a thread of his spirit into the door to the myriad realms and took an overall look at the spirit realm with the perspective of the door to the myriad realms, also noticing the massive world located above the spirit realm. The second time was right now. Over the past few hundred years, Lin Yuan had fully cultivated and even managed to tear through the spirit realm space to enter the chaos of void outside the world. But he had not felt the aura of the immortal realm. It was as if the location of the immortal realm was in a different spatial layer than the spirit realm. Only after reaching the 9th layer of heaven could one detect the specific location of the immortal realm. Of course, with the perspective of the door to the myriad realms, Lin Yuan could also detect the immortal realm, purely because the door to the myriad realms was of too high an essence. From the perspective of the door to the myriad realms, no matter how many spatial layers separate the immortal and spirit realms, neither can hide. The immortal realm. Lin Yuan closely observed the massive world at the highest point in space. Just at that moment, deep within Lin Yuan's mind, the towering and magnificent door to the myriad realms suddenly began to glow. An invisible wave seemed to spread instantly towards the immortal realm. A moment later, information passed from the door to the myriad realms. The immortal realm, the world coordinates of the immortal realm. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. The 9th layer of heaven in the spirit realm and the immortal realm are on the same spatial layer. That is why it is possible to see a corner of the immortal realm. Under such circumstances, it is possible to determine the coordinates of the immortal realm from the ninth layer of heaven. The door to the myriad realms being capable of replicating world coordinates was something Lin Yuan already knew in the central divine China world when he copied the world coordinates of the spirit realm via the Ascension platform. So now, being this close to the immortal realm and locking onto its world coordinates was not something strange. From the ninth layer of heaven, flying straight up, one day I could get close to the immortal realm, or even enter it, Lin Yuan thought to himself. If you tear open the space of the spirit realm to go beyond it, there's hardly any chance to get close to the immortal realm because the spatial layer of the spirit realm is not the same as that of the immortal realm. But the area of the ninth layer of heaven is on the same layer as the immortal realm, and flying continually towards the target can get you increasingly close to the immortal realm. Never mind, there's not enough time. Lin Yuan thought it over and abandoned the idea of entering the immortal realm. One reason is that he has only a little over 10 years left before his stay duration limit. Even if he flew straight up from the ninth layer of heaven, he would probably have to return to the main world mid-journey. The second is now that the coordinates of the immortal realm have been obtained, whether to descend into the immortal realm and when to make the descent is entirely up to Lin Yuan. In the next decade or so, he'll just cultivate in the ninth layer of heaven. Lin Yuan glanced at the endless rolling sea of clouds beneath his feet and made up his mind. The ninth layer of heaven was thick with a mysterious aura, especially suitable for comprehending the power of creation. Although Lin Yuan's comprehension was heaven-defying, he would not reject such assistance. Time slowly passed by. In the blink of an eye, 17 years had gone by. Name, Lin Chang, Lin Yuan. Identity, holder of the myriad realms gate, bonded talent, heaven-defying comprehension, divine skills, blood resurrection, divine skills, strengthening, current status, consciousness descent, remaining residence time. One day, Lin Yuan opened his eyes and glanced at the ethereal text below his line of sight. It's about time to head back. Lin Yuan stood up, overlooking the boundless sea of clouds below. For the last decade or so, Lin Yuan had spent most of his time comprehending the power of creation. His understanding of the Taiji force had already reached the third realm. In addition, 7 types of higher power of creation had also been comprehended to the second realm. You should know that for the supreme immortal kings of the spirit realm, advancing further in the power of creation could take tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. In just over a decade, Lin Yuan managed to achieve such results. In addition to his own heaven-defying comprehension, the environment of the ninth layer of heaven also played a significant role. Lastly, I need to decide how to deal with this body. Lin Yuan's expression became contemplative. This body, refined over nearly 1,000 years, could genuinely be considered the fruit of his labor. Once Lin Yuan returned, his spirit would go back to the main world, and his body could not be directly taken with him. This would be somewhat wasteful. Well then, I'll give you a break. Lin Yuan's thoughts moved slightly, and a palm-sized bell-shaped treasure appeared in front of him. It was the origin fine gold. Sometime after returning to the spirit realm, Lin Yuan had summoned this piece of origin fine gold and had been nurturing it within his body. Origin fine gold, with its terrifying potential for growth, required continual nurturing. In the main world, Lin Yuan's strength was increasing too rapidly to have time to nurture the origin fine gold. Therefore, on his 6th and 8th journeys through worlds, Lin Yuan brought the origin fine gold with him for nurturing. After all, it was just an extra strand of world-breaking origin force, a price Lin Yuan could afford to pay. The origin fine gold hovered in front of Lin Yuan. At the same time, inside Lin Yuan's body, a strand of primal force exceeding the higher power of creation began to circulate through his limbs and bones. Primal force, known as the most original and initial force, also had the capability to turn everything into the purest primordial chi and essence. It could return to the source. As the primal force continuously operated, Lin Yuan's bodily blood and chi were completely transformed into the most initial energy. Then, it entered the origin fine gold, continuously elevating its essential quality and foundation. Unable to bring his flesh directly back to the main world, Lin Yuan could, however, Use it to enhance the origin fine gold. By then, returning to the main world with the greatly strengthened origin fine gold, he wouldn't suffer much loss. Russell. Accompanied by Lin Yuan's body continuously turning into the purest primordial qi and essence, merging into the origin fine gold, this bell-shaped treasure emitted an awe-striking fluctuation. Half a day later, Lin Yuan's body had fully merged into the origin fine gold, and his inner world had collapsed into the most primal origin power, integrating into the origin fine gold. Immediately, the origin fine gold, along with the mysterious gourd and Lin Yuan's spirit, surged into the door to the myriad realms, returning to the main world. Chapter 490. The Five Who Have Lurked Until Now. The 8th Layer Invincibles. Please subscribe. Main World. Milky Way Main Star. Lin Yuan was seated deeply within the Great Hall, slowly opening his eyes. Finally, embark. Lin Yuan looked around, calculating that this journey through space had spanned 920 years in the spirit realm. In the main world, barely 2 years had passed. That equated to a time flow speed of 1 to 500. 1 year in the main world was equivalent to 500 years in the spirit realm. If it were the immortal realm above the spirit realm, might the speed of time slow to 1 to 100? Or even 1 to several dozen? Lin Yuan privately speculated. That was already exceedingly close to the time flow speed of the main world, even with ancestral masters existing as the ultimate beings of the immortal path in the immortal realm. Its volume was surely less than that of the main world. In the entire immortal realm, how many are there at the same level as the ancestral master? Yet there are still some supreme beings in the main world, with human civilization alone having 9 supreme beings protecting it. Origin fine gold. Lin Yuan raised his right hand, and a palm-sized bell-shaped treasure emerged. Having been nurtured for several hundred years in the spirit realm, and especially after using primal force to transform his flesh and everything else into primal power to fuse into the origin fine gold, this bell-shaped treasure underwent a significant transformation. The primal power formed from his nearly 1,000-year refined body in the spirit realm was so terrifying that it almost burst the origin fine gold. This was the only shortcut Lin Yuan could think of to utilize the physical body from world traversal. Since his body from world traversal could not be brought back, or rather, bringing it back would cost a price Lin Yuan couldn't bear, he decided to turn it into part of the origin fine gold. Then he would simply bring back the origin fine gold. After all, the return trip for origin fine gold only required a strand of world-breaking origin source, and the amount wouldn't increase even as the origin fine gold grew stronger. Now, my origin fine gold isn't much inferior to a 9th rank weapon. Once I break through to the 9th rank and nurture it for a bit, it will become a 9th rank weapon. Lin Yuan carefully felt the sensation for a while and nodded in affirmation. With the body he had honed in the spirit realm and the origin power forged by his inner world's years, he was almost on par with a true 9th rank powerhouse. The gap between him and a 9th rank powerhouse was merely in the understanding of rules, which did not impede the enhancement of the origin fine gold. It has saved me quite a bit of effort. Lin Yuan felt quite satisfied in his heart. Although the door to the myriad realms could bring back objects from other worlds, and his body could be considered an object, the origin power expended was something Lin Yuan could not afford. This solution was perfect. At least his body from the traversal world wasn't wasted. This traversal has brought gains beyond my imagination. Lin Yuan put away the origin fine gold and casually checked the mysterious gourd. He began to inventory his gains. The first was insight into the core space model. Before the traversal, Lin Yuan had comprehended just 2,932 core space models. But now, Lin Yuan's understanding of the core space models had reached over 5,500. That was equivalent to doubling, and in terms of difficulty, it was far more than simply twice as hard. It was an exponential surge. There are a total of 7,782 core space models. In theory, if one comprehends 3,000 core space models, one could begin to attempt the fusion of other rules. Having comprehended over 5,500 core space models, even among the multitude of 8th layer peak powerhouses in the main world, Lin Yuan stood out as extremely dazzling. Those who could surpass him were probably those favored by the cosmic space's origin source, like the starry sky wanderer Kuan, the Chikuan Star Lord. The core space rule model Chikuan Star Lord had already reached over 6,000, but that was due to the racial talent of the starry sky wanderer Kuan. And Lin Yuan achieved this entirely on his own. Moreover, how many tens of thousands of years has the Chikuan Star Lord cultivated? And how many years has Lin Yuan cultivated? The key is, delving into space rules was just one of Lin Yuan's multitasking efforts. The time and energy spent on it probably didn't even account for 1/10 of his total time and energy. Inner world. Lin Yuan's spirit entered his inner world. At this moment, the size of his inner world remained as it was before the traversal, millions of miles in circumference. And as Lin Yuan's spirit will returned, his understanding of space quickly synchronized with his inner world. This led to a frenzied expansion of his inner world. 5,550 core space models were enough to support an inner world of 7,500,000 miles in circumference. Plus, before the traversal, Lin Yuan's absorption of the liquid from the mysterious gourd had reached a 5-fold increase. So under normal circumstances, Lin Yuan's inner world would expand to 37,500,000 miles in circumference before stopping. From the existing 10 million miles in circumference, it still needed to expand by 27,500,000 miles. Whoosh! The expansion of the inner world required a massive intake of energy. Lin Yuan's expression changed slightly, and he immediately began to suppress the expansion of his inner world, causing it to halt. If he let his inner world expand uncontrollably, it probably would not be long before his entire being was drained dry. The energy needed for 27,500,000 miles in circumference was too terrifying. In the spirit realm, it took Lin Yuan 200 to 300 years to grow slowly. Now, condensing those 200 to 300 years into a short time, Lin Yuan almost couldn't bear it. What a pity! I can't rely on my teacher this time. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. For the past few expansions of his inner world, Lin Yuan had relied on the scarlet spirit liquid he had applied for. It was a privilege of being one of the 13 peak masters of the Red Kuan lineage, allowing him to request an unlimited amount of scarlet spirit liquid. But no, it's not that Lin Yuan had lost this privilege. However, to expand the inner world to 37,500,000 miles in circumference, the scarlet spirit liquid needed would probably be heavier than the Chikuan main star. Chapter 491. The 5 who have lurked until now. The 8th layer Invincibles. Please subscribe. _2 The Chikuan Star Lord could produce it, but most likely he'd have to smash the pot and sell the iron. And Lin Yuan felt bad for asking the Chikuan Star Lord to make such a big sacrifice. I still have to rely on myself, Lin Yuan thought silently in his heart. The energy that supported the expansion of the inner world, Lin Yuan currently possessed as well, that was the cosmic crystal. However, the cosmic crystal was too precious. Using it as nourishment for the expansion of the inner world was too extravagant. Lin Yuan planned to use the cosmic crystal to purchase another type of energy, similar to the red spirit fluid. A single cubic universe crystal could buy hundreds of tons of this kind of pure energy, which in expanding the inner world could have the effect of devouring hundreds of cubic universe crystals. The reason why cosmic crystals were expensive was that they contained extremely pure and high-level cosmic energy, but for the expansion of the inner world, any energy would suffice, without much demand for purity. Therefore, using the cosmic crystal to provide for the expansion of the inner world was an act out of necessity. Normally no evolver would do such a thing. Moreover, the expansion of Lin Yuan's inner world wasn't in the tens or hundreds of miles but spanned tens of millions of miles. The power of creation. No, it's the cosmic force. Lin Yuan looked towards the heavens of his inner world, where the Taiji force, transformed from the black and white of yin and yang, occupied one region, while 12 kinds of higher-ranking power of creation each occupied another region. Finally, more than 60 types of ordinary power of creation occupied a third region. And in the center of all the powers of creation, the primal force sat enthroned at the center, with a single realm primal force actually suppressing more than 10 high-ranking powers of creation and over 60 ordinary powers of creation from getting close. Among them was even the Taiji force that had reached the third realm. Lin Yuan watched one type of power of creation after another. Between the lines, an inexplicable fluctuation converged toward Lin Yuan's physical body from the cosmic starry sky outside. Lin Yuan had the feeling that as long as he opened up the barrier between his inner world and the outside, these powers of creation would leave imprints in the cosmic starry skies, transform into cosmic forces, and thereafter belong only to Lin Yuan. Am I now considered an invincible of the 8th layer? Lin Yuan looked puzzled. Theoretically, understanding a single cosmic force meant invincibility at the 8th layer. But now, Lin Yuan had comprehended almost 100 cosmic forces, including more than 10 high-level cosmic forces and even the primal force, a power that was unfathomable, transcending even the high-level cosmic forces. In the spirit realm, a supreme immortal king who mastered a complete power of creation, if at least at the first realm, would be on par with an invincible of the 8th layer from the main world. And with Lin Yuan's strength in the spirit realm, ordinary invincibles of the 8th layer could be killed in droves. Here it is killing, not just suppression or repelling. Even now, with Lin Yuan's strength not fully recovered, with the dozens of cosmic forces at his command, killing an 8th layer invincible wasn't difficult. Even if it's just mastering one cosmic force, with an inner world tens of millions of miles in circumference, Lin Yuan would definitely be one of the stronger among the 8th layer invincibles, let alone mastering dozens of cosmic forces. Among them was also the Taiji force, a high-level cosmic force that had been cultivated to the third realm. I can feel that the so-called cosmic force, the impact it has on the inner world. Lin Yuan felt deeply, having discovered in the spirit realm early on that the cosmic force could make the inner world more stable, comparable to the Milky Way main star of a galaxy as rare treasures. This was still just an ordinary cosmic force, let alone a higher-ranking one. That strand of mysterious primal force directly caused a significant increase in the stability of Lin Yuan's inner world. This was a qualitative change. The more stable the inner world, the more powerful the projected world force. When two 8th layer powerhouses clashed, their world forces collided, as did their inner worlds. With the current stability of Lin Yuan's inner world, a mere touch would cause other 8th layer powerhouses' inner worlds to collapse. My current combat power, if fully unleashed, is at least not weaker than a 9th rank. Lin Yuan assessed himself. An 8th layer invincible could survive in front of a 9th rank powerhouse, and Lin Yuan believed he could arm wrestle with a real 9th rank powerhouse. Right. There's also the divine skill enhancement imprint. With a thought from Lin Yuan, an incredibly complicated imprint coalesced. The divine skill enhancement, a divine skill Lin Yuan awakened on his body in the spirit realm, although not a passive divine skill like blood rebirth. Still, this divine skill could definitely be considered Lin Yuan's trump card. Once the divine skill enhancement was activated, Lin Yuan would obtain a 10-fold increase, which was a terrifying boost to his combat power. The only drawback was that it could only last for 10 breaths, and after activation, he would fall into a brief period of weakness. But even so, Lin Yuan placed exceptional importance on this divine skill, spending nearly 30 years to fully understand it, forming a divine ability imprint with his main world physical body as the template, bringing it back to the main world. The 7th traversal, the world I arrived in, was too low level, otherwise, I might have awakened another divine skill. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. The 7th traversal was a backup traverse he had prepared specifically for facing the heart demon tribulation. Currently, I possess 3 physical body divine abilities: blood rebirth, mountain moving, and strengthening, among which mountain moving's divine ability imprint remains elusive. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The main reason is that he had spent too little time in the main world, and there were many things to comprehend, leaving not much time for analyzing the divine ability of mountain moving. Next, it's time for the martial path evolutionary path. Lin Yuan's spirit returned to his physical body, his expression slightly solemn. After more than 920 years in the spirit realm, Lin Yuan had already completed the creation of the 8th stage of martial arts, and had even begun to contemplate the fusion rules. The 8th layer part, Lin Yuan's spirit somewhat excited. In the main world, The 8th layer is a very important stage, and whether one can establish a stable 8th layer evolution path is regarded as an important symbol of becoming an evolver scholar. Let's sort out the 8th layer part first and then upload it to the Goddess of Wisdom. Lin Yuan thought to himself, the main body of the 8th layer part was essentially perfected by him, with only minor adjustments remaining. It would not take much time. Half a day later, Lin Yuan directly connected to the Goddess of Wisdom. Respected Galaxy Master, the Goddess of Wisdom is pleased to serve you. A solemn and cool voice came through. I want to upload the 8th stage Martial Tao. Lin Yuan stated directly. Upon saying this, the Goddess of Wisdom went briefly silent. Then she immediately responded, Galaxy Master, you may upload at any time. A moment later, Lin Yuan uploaded the complete 8th layer part to the Goddess of Wisdom. For the 8th stage Martial Tao, Lin Yuan drew inspiration from the very essence of the power of creation in the spirit realm. Martial Tao cultivators stepping into the 8th layer were more likely to comprehend a certain cosmic force compared to evolvers on other evolution paths. Of course, more likely here only meant that the difficulty was somewhat reduced. In fact, according to Lin Yuan's vision, the vast majority of Martial Tao cultivators at the 8th layer would not be able to comprehend the cosmic force. Still, even so, Lin Yuan believed that the 8th stage Martial Tao was of great value because it involved the cosmic force. How many of the 8th layer and even higher rank evolution paths recorded in human civilization have delved into the cosmic force? In the descriptions of the cosmic force by human civilization and other peak clans, it was fundamentally regarded as impossible to replicate and entirely random. The moment Lin Yuan finished uploading the 8th stage Martial Tao, on a mysterious planet, incredibly distant from the Milky Way main star, screens flashed frantically, beginning to extrapolate the potential and details of the 8th stage Martial Tao. Detection of 8th layer part relating to numerous unknown cosmic forces, greatly enhancing the potential depth, reassessment of Martial Path evolutionary path underway, discovery of 8th layer part enhancing the fundamental explanation of rules, overall evaluation of Martial Path evolutionary path rising, discovering, triggering human civilization core contingency plans, contact with Goddess of Freedom, Goddess of Justice among others, triggering human civilization core contingency plans, contact with Xia Qin Supreme Being, Feather Butterfly Supreme Being. The three goddesses spared no computational power, repeatedly extrapolating the various extensions of the 8th stage Martial Tao. I wonder what the evaluation of the three goddesses will be for the 8th layer part? On the Milky Way main star, Lin Yuan was somewhat expectant. He had put a lot of effort into developing the 8th layer part. Outside the Milky Way main star, in the depths of layer upon layer of space, 5 invincible 8th rank beings, led by the dark scale race Sarath, were still waiting patiently. They appeared to be shrewd hunters lurking in the darkness, waiting for their prey to emerge. Chapter 492, Ranking of Human Civilization Evolution Paths, subscribe please. 5 8th rank invincibles were very patient. Their target was not merely to kill the avatar of the Galaxy Master. Instead, they aimed for the Galaxy Master to fall completely, so that not even the resurrection of a supreme being could save him. If it were only about killing an avatar, they could have made their move more than a decade ago when they sneaked outside the Milky Way main star. 5 8th rank invincibles, by sealing the space simultaneously, would ensure the Galaxy Master, even if capable of spatial transposition, would be trapped within the planet. At that time, their joint attack on the Milky Way main star would overwhelm even a B-grade modified planetary defense system, which would last only a few breaths at most. The Galaxy Master would have no escape, neither to heaven nor earth. For the 5 8th rank invincibles, assassinating the Galaxy Master, who only had the combat power of an 8th stage peak, was utterly overkill, and if it were not for the regard of the insect race honored envoy, figures like dark scale race Sarath among the invincible 8th rank would hardly deign to cooperate. No matter how talented the Galaxy Master was, he was merely newly advanced to the 8th rank. What could peak combat power at that stage do? For those who possessed some form of cosmic force among the 8th rank invincibles, An 8th stage peak was just a slightly larger ant, hardly different from those newly advanced to the 8th rank. Although this ant could potentially grow into a giant in the future, it was merely an ant for now. After killing that Galaxy Master, we should avoid appearing on the battlefield as much as possible to dodge attention. The retaliation from human civilization is not easy to withstand. Dark Scale Race Saruth spoke softly to the other 4 8th rank Invincibles. Over the past decade, besides monitoring the movements of the Milky Way main star, they also occasionally communicated with each other and established some rapport. Naturally, those madmen of human civilization, after we've completely killed their unparalleled genius, even if we haven't openly declared hostilities, they will definitely seek to covertly retaliate, another one of the 8th rank Invincibles immediately said. Normally, among the alliances of the main world's peak clans, conflicts were by default limited to below the 9th rank. Apart from the large alien battlefields allowing the presence of forces of and beyond the 9th rank, in other places, even in medium-sized otherworldly battlefields, traces of 9th rank beings were almost non-existent. This was an unspoken rule among the peak clans to keep the intensity of the wars at a manageable level. If this rule did not exist, the struggles among the clan alliances would become disastrously chaotic, even involving frequent interventions by supreme beings. This would be disastrous for all the major peak clans. Of course, unspoken rules are just that, unspoken. Even though the 5 8th rank Invincible different species did not break this rule, once they truly succeeded in completely killing the Galaxy Master, human civilization would be furious. Specifically, this would manifest in targeting them intentionally on the different species' battlefields, or even escalating the war against the insect race. The hostile murderous intents from the Human Civilization Alliance, which even the insect race from another peak clan could resist, meant that the clans behind these 5 8th rank Invincibles would inevitably suffer heavy losses, even risking extinction. 10,000 years ago, when a disciple of the Chikuan Star Lord died, the Chikuan Star Lord called on his friends, and several dozen 8th rank Invincibles descended simultaneously on several medium-sized otherworldly battlefields, nearly tearing those battlefields apart. The Chikuan Star Lord's disciple, although highly talented, did not compare to the Galaxy Master. Even so, that situation had caused such a significant impact. One could imagine what calamity the Human Civilization Alliance would cause once the Galaxy Master truly died. Of course, the insect race made many promises to these 5 8th rank Invincibles, guaranteeing that their clans would not be affected and the rewards they would receive upon success would be worth their gamble. Virtual world. In a mysterious space, 9 grand thrones stood tall. Suddenly, 3 of the grand thrones solidified into formidable figures. One of those towering figures was Xia Qin, a supreme being. Goddess of wisdom, Xia Qin supreme being glanced, and also goddess of freedom, goddess of justice. The 3 goddesses, the ultimate intelligence of human civilization, had status equal to the 9 supreme beings. Xia Qin supreme being, feather butterfly supreme being, and ancient power supreme being. The solemn and serene voice of the goddess of wisdom echoed through the mysterious space. 9 supreme beings existed in human civilization, but they each presided over a region, each occupied with their own tasks. Generally, when the 3 goddesses contacted the supreme beings, having 2 or 3 of them respond was usually sufficient. Our human civilization will soon have another 8th layer evolution path confirmed by you, continued the goddess of wisdom. Oh, another entirely new 8th layer evolution path has emerged? Xia Qin supreme being raised an eyebrow. To birth an 8th layer evolution path, unlike producing an 8th stage evolver, falls entirely under a different concept. The latter has yet to catch the eyes of a supreme being, but the former, an 8th layer evolution path, signifies a renewable source capable of continuously cultivating 8th stage evolvers. So significant that it could be considered a foundational element of a clan. Especially one that brings the 3 goddesses together and specifically notifies the supreme beings, it must be highly exceptional and possibly promising further advancement. Let me see. Xia Qin supreme being received the 8th stage martial Tao part, transmitted by the goddess of wisdom. Is it that young one? Xia Qin Supreme being slightly stunned, he had a rather favorable impression of Lin Yuan whom he had met once personally, even bestowing such treasures as the soul-setting pearl. In the eyes of Xia Qin Supreme Being, not only had Lin Yuan stepped into the 8th rank before the age of 100, but he had also established martial Tao, a path of evolution with immense potential. Chapter 493, Ranking of Human Civilization Evolution Paths. Subscribe please. _2 His talent and aptitude were sufficient to rank in the top 10, even top 20, in the annals of human history. An 8th stage of martial arts already created so quickly? Xia Qin Supreme Being found it somewhat unbelievable. Completing the 8th stage of martial arts meant that Lin Yuan had thoroughly completed the 8th stage. But how long had Lin Yuan stepped into the 8th stage? Moreover, Xia Qin Supreme Being deeply understood the difficulty of establishing the 8th stage chapter. In such a short period, progressing from the early phase of the 8th stage to the peak was very hard to achieve, let alone creating the 8th stage chapter from scratch. Xia Qin Supreme Being, overlooking the cosmic starry sky, had seen countless geniuses. When he first met Lin Yuan, he recognized that his talent was among the top 10 or 20 in the history of human civilization, yet he felt little emotional fluctuation. Being among the top 10 or 20 in human history was indeed monstrous, but it was just monstrous, and if one didn't become a supreme being, one would eventually fade from history. However, now, with Lin Yuan pioneering the 8th stage chapter, Xia Qin Supreme Being was genuinely astounded. This was too fast. The 3 goddesses wouldn't deceive him. If the 8th stage chapter created by Lin Yuan didn't meet the standards, it would have been outright rejected. Since they informed them, the supreme beings, to confirm it, it was the 3 goddesses believing the 8th stage chapter had no issues. Let me take a look. Xia Qin Supreme Being immediately reviewed the content of the 8th stage martial Tao. At the level of supreme beings, reviewing the 8th stage chapter was not difficult at all. Soon, the 3 supreme beings had finished reviewing the 8th stage martial Tao. This 8th stage chapter, Xia Qin Supreme Being fell into thought. Even with his level, he could perceive the potential of the 8th stage martial Tao. It encompassed all paths of power, practically including all forms of strength, and Xia Qin could even sense that the 8th stage chapter of the martial arts evolution system could extend into various cosmic forces. Has the identity of this evolutionary path's founder been confirmed? Is he not an alien pawn? Ancient Power Supreme Being, having finished reading, directly asked the Goddess of Wisdom. He saw the potential of the martial arts evolution system and had to ensure that its creator was of the human race. Otherwise, it would prompt human civilization to resort to relentless assassination. He is of the human race. Xia Qin Supreme Being has also personally confirmed it. The Goddess of Wisdom answered. Xia Qin confirmed it? Ancient Power Supreme Being nodded slightly, asking no further questions and giving no comment. However, from the swift confirmation request to the Goddess of Wisdom about the martial Tao founder's background, one could see the importance this Supreme Being attached. Kill if not of our race. Xia Qin, your insight is not bad. Feather Butterfly Supreme Being, a graceful woman, glanced at Xia Qin Supreme Being. Among the 9 supreme beings of human civilization, Feather Butterfly Supreme Being was very special, being the ultimate of the virtual world evolutionary path and not skilled in direct combat. Yet, the importance of Feather Butterfly Supreme Being to human civilization was no less than any other supreme being, as the virtual world that covered the territory of human civilization stemmed from Feather Butterfly Supreme Being's authority. Hee. Xia Qin Supreme Being smiled slightly. Not long ago, he met Lin Yuan and after awarding him the soul-settling pearl, still felt it was not secure, so he asked Feather Butterfly Supreme Being to pay extra attention to Lin Yuan. Being the origin of the virtual world, the network of which encompassed territories was within Feather Butterfly Supreme Being's sensing range. Asking Feather Butterfly Supreme Being to watch Lin Yuan essentially eliminated the possibility of other alien races upsetting the situation by sending 9th rank or higher beings to assassinate Lin Yuan. Of course, Feather Butterfly Supreme Being was just keeping an extra eye on Lin Yuan, not acting as a nanny. Unless Lin Yuan faced the risk of complete downfall, where all avatars and the main body died and resurrection was impossible, would Feather Butterfly Supreme Being step in to interfere? As for other dangers? In the eyes of Feather Butterfly Supreme Being, facing moderate danger or life-threatening peril was actually a good thing. Xia Qin Supreme Being, Feather Butterfly Supreme Being, Ancient Power Supreme Being, since you have no objections after discussing this 8th stage chapter, valued at 22 million merit points, do you agree? The Goddess of Wisdom spoke again. 22 million merit points? Xia Qin Supreme Being's expression remained calm. A normal evolutionary path's 8th stage chapter typically ranged from 8 million to 10 million merit points. An exceptionally good 8th stage chapter might reach 15 to 18 million merit points. An 8th stage chapter exceeding 22 million merit points was not merely excellent, but possessed a unique specialty. I agree. Xia Qin Supreme Being nodded. I agree. I agree too. Feather Butterfly Supreme Being and Ancient Power Supreme Being also nodded in succession. The various cosmic forces involved in the 8th stage martial Tao fully justified its merit point value. That was the power of the cosmos. Even grasping just one type would bring great benefits after stepping into the 9th rank. Milky Way main star. Lin Yuan's consciousness connected to the virtual world, and he entered the shopping interface to select suitable energy crystals. The inner world spanned over 20 million miles and needed to be expanded, and Lin Yuan now urgently needed a large amount of energy to support the virtual world. As for slowly absorbing energy from the universe, that method was far too inefficient, and massively absorbing energy from the universe would bring irreparable effects to the Milky Way main star. This one then. Lin Yuan finally made a choice. Tai Micro Clear Crystal. The core energy from the universe mystery Tai Micro Secret Realm. Although its material quality was not as pure as the red spirit fluid from the Red Kuan lineage, but it was more than sufficient for the expansion of the inner world. 80,000 cubic cosmic crystals. Lin Yuan estimated the cost needed for the expansion of the inner world to 37,500,000 miles and immediately felt as though his heart was bleeding. He had employed thunderous methods to scour the special beings and alien lone walkers in the Milky Way star region, obtaining treasures valued at just over 100,000 cubic cosmic crystals. These had barely warmed up when he had to spend a part again. It doesn't matter, as long as I become stronger, killing a few alien strong ones will make it all come back, right? 80,000 cubic cosmic crystals? It's just the price of a half-8th stage invincible being, Lin Yuan consoled himself, while painfully transferring out the cosmic crystals. Will it arrive soon? Lin Yuan checked the delivery time. The Tai Micro Clear Crystal worth 80,000 cubic cosmic crystals would arrive at the Milky Way main star in about half a month. Next, let the power of creation inside the inner world transform entirely into cosmic force. Lin Yuan began to remove the isolation of the inner world from the outside world. In an instant, dozens of types of power of creation began to actively adapt to the main world, especially that strand of primal force, whose vibrations nearly shook the inner world of 10 million miles. Once the inner world expands to 37,500,000 miles, it'll start absorbing the liquid from the mysterious gourd, expanding it to near 100 million miles. Lin Yuan thought to himself. With the spirit realm continuously absorbing the liquid from the mysterious gourd, the enhancement it brings to the physical body divine ability blood rebirth was substantial. Next, Lin Yuan reabsorbing it once more would not take much time. Just over 10 days would suffice for recovery. Half a day later, the voice of the Goddess of Wisdom suddenly came. Respected Galaxy Master, the evaluation of your uploaded 8th layer part has been completed. Completed. Lin Yuan's eyes brightened and he immediately asked, worth how many merit points? Respected Galaxy Master, the 8th layer part you uploaded is valued at 22 million merit points. The tone of the Goddess of Wisdom was solemn and cold. 22 million merit points. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. He remembered that the 7th rank chapter was valued at only 3 million merit points. Now, the 8th layer part was valued at 22 million merit points, achieving an increase of 8 to 9 times. The three goddesses highly rated the 8th layer part? Lin Yuan thought silently, or perhaps it's not just the three goddesses? The time taken by the three goddesses to evaluate the 8th layer part this time was much longer than before. 22 million merit points. Lin Yuan's face showed a smile that was equivalent to the merit points obtained from completely killing over 28th rank strong beings. These were complete kills, not just killing an avatar or similar. In the battlefields of different races, killing over 28th rank of different species was as difficult as reaching the heavens. This wasn't a matter of strength, but the fact that after an evolver had killed 3 or 4 8th rank different species, all the alien strong ones would take notice, and those 8th rank aliens would turn and run at the sight of you. Any human evolver who had killed more than a dozen 8th rank aliens just had to appear on any alien battlefield and would immediately face counterparts, even 8th stage invincible beings. Right. Let's look at the rankings. With a thought, Lin Yuan looked toward the latest rankings in the Martial Path Evolutionary Path. Chapter 494 Sala. Our chance is here. Please subscribe. At the moment when the three goddesses completed their assessment of the 8th stage Martial Tao part, the real-time rankings of the Martial Path Evolutionary Path would be updated. Of course, only Lin Yuan had access to these updates. As for outsiders, they would have to wait until the evolution rankings across all boards were simultaneously updated at dawn each day to see them. Martial Path Evolutionary Path. Qikuan Star Domain Ranking. First, Lin Yuan glanced at the Qikuan Evolution rankings, not at all surprised. When the Martial Path Evolutionary Path was still at the 7th rank, it had managed to dominate over the two major 8th rank evolution paths, ranking second on the Qikuan Evolution rankings. Now that he had uploaded the 8th layer part, the evaluation had greatly improved, leaping to first place on the Qikuan Evolution rankings, completely expected. HM? First place on the Anan Evolution rankings too? Lin Yuan skimmed through the higher-level rankings. The Anan Evolution rankings, belonging to the Anan Star Alliance, listed the strongest top 100 evolution paths born within a star alliance. The Qikuan Star Domain was under the Anan Star Alliance. The number of star domains encompassed by a single star alliance was generally in the hundreds to thousands. Lin Yuan remembered that when the Martial Path Evolutionary Path was at the 7th rank, it ranked exactly 100th on the Anan Evolution rankings. The top 100 strongest evolution paths recorded by the Anan Star Alliance included 5 9th-stage evolution paths. Even so, the Martial Path Evolutionary Path still managed to assert itself as the leader of its rankings, illustrating the emphasis the three goddesses placed on it. This exposure will definitely cause a surge in the number of evolvers following the Martial Path Evolutionary Path. Lin Yuan felt pleased. The evolution rankings of the great star domains and star alliances, apart from being a recognition for the listed evolution paths, serve as a significant avenue for exposure. In any publicly accessible virtual world, the Central Plaza area is invariably located at the most central position, and the evolution rankings will be displayed at the very heart of the Central Plaza area. Any evolver entering the virtual world for the first time is almost forcibly made to view the evolution paths on the evolution rankings. Let's take a look at the Southern Star Region evolution rankings. Not in the top 100. Lin Yuan continued to look further up, slightly shaking his head. The Southern Star Region is one of the 5 major star regions of human civilization. Besides the Southern Star Region, there are also the Eastern Star Region, the Western Star Region, the Northern Star Region, and the Central Star Region. The current territory of human civilization is essentially composed of these 5 major star regions. The smallest Central Star Region, among the 5 major star regions, encompasses nearly 100,000 star alliances. As for the other 4 star regions, they are constantly expanding, with the largest star region already comprising over 200,000 star alliances. The Milky Way star region, where Lin Yuan is currently located, as well as the previous Qikuan Star Domain and Anan Star Alliance, all belong to the Southern Star Region. With 18,000 star alliances, the Southern Star Region's evolution rankings are extremely competitive. At least for now, the Martial Path Evolutionary Path does not make it into the top 100. It makes sense, no matter how great the potential of the Marshall Path evolutionary path, it is only an 8th rank evolution path for now. Surpassing some 9th rank evolution paths is already remarkable. How could it possibly compete with the evolution paths included in the star region level rankings? Lin Yuan was well aware of this. The potential was not the only factor in the ranking on the boards. Besides, every evolution path ranked at the star region level had notable potential. Lin Yuan had never underestimated the geniuses of human civilization's history. Many geniuses did not reach the end due to various accidents, not because their chosen path was flawed. Right, Goddess of Wisdom, I should be an evolutionary scholar now, right? Lin Yuan suddenly asked. There were many conditions to become an evolutionary scholar. The most challenging one was to create a stable, new 8th rank evolution path. And Lin Yuan had just achieved this. Assessing qualifications for the Galaxy Master. Congratulations to the Galaxy Master for becoming a new evolutionary scholar within human civilization. The solemn and indifferent voice of the Goddess of Wisdom sounded. At the same time, various emails from the Central Star Domain were sent to Lin Yuan's mailbox. The Central Star Domain, the core star domain of human civilization's Central Star region, is the original den of human civilization, where countless important resources converge. Every citizen who can reside in the Central Star Domain for a long time has a significant background and heritage. Many 8th rank evolvers yearn to serve as officials on an ordinary planet in the Central Star Domain. However, it is usually difficult to achieve, as even the most common life planet in the Central Star Domain has immeasurable value. Lin Yuan scanned the multitude of emails. Almost identical to civic rank promotions, these emails were basically about explanations and information regarding the status of an evolutionary scholar. First and foremost, any evolutionary scholar automatically owns a research planet in the Central Star Domain. This research planet, belonging entirely to the evolutionary scholar, is used for developing personal achievements. It should be noted that a research planet is far more valuable than a common life planet, and even some main stars of star systems cannot compare. Just this research planet itself is beyond measure, not quantifiable by hundreds of thousands of cubic universe crystals. Some 9th rank evolvers do not even have the authority to own a research planet. It's not a matter of cosmic crystals here, but of authority. In the Central Star Domain, becoming the owner of a planet is more than an issue of wealth. And there's the ability to access numerous secret materials collected by human civilization, as well as joining the Science Institute, Evolution Institute. Lin Yuan gained a general understanding of what it meant to be an evolutionary scholar. To sum it up, that would be treasure. The treasure of the human alliance. For the whole of human civilization, even losing an entire star domain of ordinary citizens could not compare to the loss of a single evolutionary scholar. Chapter 495 Sala. Our chance is here. Please subscribe, _2, respected scholar Lin Yuan. With your current status, you could apply to actively leave the Milky Way star region and proceed to the safer inner territories of human civilization, the Goddess of Wisdom actively suggested. Leave now, Lin Yuan thought it over. Now he had made many investments in the Milky Way star region, including the transformation of a grade B planet worth 100,000 cosmic crystals and so on. Forget it. Lin Yuan declined. The suggestion from the Goddess of Wisdom for him to go to the inner territories of human civilization was merely out of concern for his safety. But safety concerns? If it were before the 8th wormhole shuttle, Lin Yuan would indeed have had such worries. But now, Lin Yuan, who had comprehended dozens of cosmic forces, could crush those unbeatable at the 8th layer, even if his inner world had not yet recovered to its peak. Even without regaining all his strength, he could handle a few moves against ninth rank strong individuals. There were simply no safety concerns. The ones who should worry are the different species. Respected scholar Lin Yuan, you can still preside over the Milky Way star region before your scholar status is exposed. If it is revealed, please proceed to the inner territories of human civilization. The Goddess of Wisdom fell silent for a while, then gave a reply. The talent and aptitude that Lin Yuan was exhibiting now could be considered a top monstrous genius among human civilization. likely not to provoke an overt reaction from different species to attack him openly. But if the evolutionary scholar status is exposed, it's highly possible that the different species might actively break the unspoken agreement. A top monstrous genius of human civilization might not attract the attention of the peak clans, and a single evolutionary scholar might also find it difficult to provoke an all-out response from these clans. But when combined, understood, Lin Yuan nodded. Chikuan Star Realm Virtual World. Central Plaza area. Many evolvers were whispering amongst themselves. It's been almost 20 years, hasn't the Martial Path Evolutionary Path released the 8th layer part yet? An evolver raised the question, noting that the Martial Path Evolutionary Path still occupied the 2nd rank in the Chikuan evolution rankings without any sign of slipping. 8th layer part? Is the 8th layer part so easy to come by? A green-eyed evolver scoffed, implying that even for the high and mighty evolutionary scholars, carving out a complete 8th layer evolutionary path was not an easy task. Otherwise, why would there be so few 8th layer evolutionary paths in human civilization? Moreover, the 8th layer part of the Martial Path evolutionary path is far from being as simple as a normal 8th layer part. Considering the potential shown by the Martial Path evolutionary path, the difficulty in carving out a matching 8th layer part would be immensely higher than other 8th layer parts. I think the founder of the Martial Path, even if capable of creating the 8th layer part, would spend hundreds, even thousands of years, or perhaps even more. The green-eyed evolver left unsaid that it might be possible that the 8th stage Martial Tao part could not be created at all. I don't care. The founder of the Martial Path will definitely be able to create the 8th layer part. Many of Lin Yuan's fans immediately expressed their opinions. With such popularity for the Martial Path evolutionary path, it naturally accumulated a large number of enthusiasts, and consequently, Lin Yuan, as the founder, also had many fans. Sure. The green-eyed evolver did not care to argue. This wasn't his opinion, but the belief of many higher-level evolvers and citizens. It was easy for the founder of the Martial Path to create parts from the 1st to the 7th rank, but to create the 8th layer part matching the previous 7 ranks was merely hopeful. Suddenly, the time reached early morning. The Chikuan evolution rankings began to refresh. A few breaths later, in the Central Plaza area, all the evolvers looked up at the rankings. The green-eyed evolver did as well, and upon seeing the name at the top of the rankings, was momentarily stunned. The Martial Path evolutionary path is first now? The green-eyed evolver's heart trembled a bit. The rise in the ranking wasn't much, just by 1. But it was the top rank. And it also indicated something even more terrifying. That was the Martial Path evolutionary path had been updated, and the 8th layer part was uploaded. Although there had been a previous occurrence where the Martial Path evolutionary path experienced a substantial rise in rankings without uploading a new part, this instance signified a different outcome. But that possibility seemed unlikely. Upon this thought, the green-eyed evolver immediately opened the detailed page of the Martial Path evolutionary path and discovered, right after the 7th rank chapter, the 3 characters for the 8th layer part. Has the 8th layer part really been developed? The green-eyed evolver felt as if he were dreaming. Had he just witnessed the birth of an 8th stage evolutionary path? And it was the extremely exceptional Martial Path evolutionary path? Let's take a look at the Anan Star Alliance evolution rankings. Merely the Chikuan evolution rankings in the star domain couldn't explain whether the 8th stage Martial Tao was congruent with the previous ranks from 1st to 7th. Comparatively, even the Martial Path evolutionary path with only up to the 7th rank was already approaching the upper limit of the Chikuan evolution rankings. Even a slight advancement to the 8th stage of the Martial Path evolutionary path would be enough to take the top spot on the Chikuan evolution rankings. This isn't due to the 8th stage Martial Tao's own merits, but rather because the previous ranks from 1 to 7 were too heaven-defying. Anan Star Alliance evolution rankings. The green-eyed evolver was about to look from the bottom up. He remembered that the Martial Path evolutionary path used to rank 100th on the Anan Star Alliance evolution rankings. Even if it improved, there was a high probability it wouldn't reach the top 50. However, just as the green-eyed Evolver's gaze glanced downward from the top of the rankings. He was suddenly dumbstruck, because the name currently at the number 1 spot of the Anon Star Alliance evolution rankings, the Marshall Path evolutionary path, has reached the summit of the Anon evolution rankings? The green-eyed Evolver swallowed hard, his mind in a muddle. Milky Way star region. A fleet was rapidly traveling through wormholes. Our mission target this time is the main star of the Milky Way star domain, said Captain Nolan, tasked with adjusting the fleet's position to ensure the correct trajectory. Captain, this much-time micro-clear crystal almost drained our group stockpile. Was it bought by the Galaxy Master? Asked the curious deputy captain. An enormous quantity of time micro-clear crystals, equivalent to 80,000 cubic universe crystals, even when carried in spatial equipment, filled nearly half the fleet. Time micro-clear crystal contains pure energy, but its price isn't high. 80,000 cubic universe crystals worth of time micro-clear crystal, piled together, it's estimated to be the size of several hundred planets. Not sure, responded Captain Nolan with an impassive face. All members of the fleet were guessing it was the doing of the Galaxy Master because in the whole Milky Way main star, aside from that immensely powerful and wealthy Galaxy Master, who else had the means to purchase so much time micro-clear crystal? 80,000 cubic universe crystals. That's a vast fortune, more than many 8th rank Evolvers could earn in their lifetimes. What kind of existence is the Galaxy Master, and whether he buys something, is it something you can discuss? Captain Nolan still glanced at the deputy captain, warning, the most important task for our group right now is to deliver these time micro-clear crystals to the Milky Way main star. As for whom they are for, that's not for you to ask. Yes, yes, yes. The deputy captain immediately complied, also feeling somewhat scared. Everything within the fleet was monitored by the Goddess of Wisdom. If they rashly discussed the Galaxy Master and it were recorded by the goddess, they would definitely be in deep trouble. We've arrived, announced Captain Nolan after performing the last wormhole shuttle, arriving outside the Milky Way main star. The time micro-clear crystals have arrived? Lin Yuan looked up towards the fleet stopped outside the main star. One by one it's too slow, I'll just go get them myself, said Lin Yuan, vanishing from his spot and appearing outside the Milky Way main star. Galaxy Master, acknowledged Captain Nolan, who naturally knew who had purchased this batch of time micro-clear crystals. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, he immediately greeted him with respect. Just as Lin Yuan's figure appeared outside the Milky Way main star, 5 invincible figures from the 8th rank, hidden deep within multiple spatial layers, suddenly had their eyes light up. They had been lying in wait for more than 10 years, just for this moment, waiting for the Galaxy Master to leave the main star, waiting for the Galaxy Master to lose the protection of the primary star. Without the main star's planetary defense system, the Galaxy Master, a newly advanced Evolver of the 8th stage, appeared in their eyes like an undefended little white rabbit. Our chance has come, they said. Strike now, cried out Sarath of the Dark Scale race, being the first to break away from the spatial layers. The other 4 invincible 8th rankers followed suit, excitedly rushing towards Lin Yuan. Chapter 496, Breaking the Myth. Subscribe please. The moment 5 invincible aliens from the 8th rank emerged from the depths of the spatial layers, the space around them began to solidify, centering on them, like a flowing river suddenly freezing over, and the creatures within were trapped as if in amber. The first step to capturing Lin Yuan was to prevent him from escaping. In this regard, blocking the space around was most suitable, as once the void was sealed, all means of teleportation became unusable. Given the capabilities of the 5 8th rank aliens and their grasp of the space rules, Lin Yuan's chances of breaking through their spatial blockade were limited to 2 possibilities. One was mastering the complete space rules to leave with absolute control over them. The other was to possess a force far surpassing their combined strength, proving that brute force could indeed break through cunning, and that even space itself could be shattered by absolute power. Done. Dark Scale Race Sarath breathed a sigh of relief. Before they took action, Lin Yuan's only chance for survival was escaping before the space was sealed. As a disciple of the Chikuan Star Lord with a deep understanding of the space rules, It was possible he bestowed some instant movement method to send Lin Yuan away beforehand. But now, with the spatial blockade complete and Lin Yuan still present, Dark Scale Race Sarath felt it was perfectly handled. Under the joint blockade of the 5 8th rank Invincibles, even the Chikuan Star Lord himself would be suppressed if he didn't escape in time. Quicksand, Dark Scale Race Sarath's gaze was icy. Misty yellow sand grains gathered, sweeping in from all directions, piling up rapidly, and its intensity soared. The power of quicksand, a cosmic force that Dark Scale Race Sarath commanded, was not a type meant for attack or defense. Instead, it was akin to a domain power, possessing endless suppressive and controlling abilities. This time, with him leading the 5 8th rank Invincibles, it was because of this particular cosmic force. The insect race planned to kill the Galaxy Master with the memory poison, but first they needed to suppress and control him. The cosmic force that Dark Scale Race Sarath mastered was perfectly suited for this, using the power of quicksand to dominate the battlefield, while the other 4 8th rank Invincibles immobilized the Galaxy Master's ability to fight back. Of course, the fighting ability referred to here was what the Galaxy Master had shown so far. The moment the power of quicksand swept through, the other 4 8th rank Invincibles also struck simultaneously. The cosmic forces handled by the 8th rank Invincibles trembled, yet they kept some strength in reserve. Their goal was to control the Galaxy Master, not to directly kill. Outside the Milky Way main star, Captain Nolan was about to greet Lin Yuan, not to mention, the Galaxy Master had just purchased 80,000 cubic meters of cubic universe crystals in one go, instantly becoming the most prestigious guest. Suddenly, space solidified. Captain Nolan's expression drastically changed. Before he could react, a heavy force of quicksand enveloped him. Captain Nolan was also an 8th rank evolver, nearing the peak of the rank, but at this moment he couldn't even move, only able to sense that 4 unparalleled presences had descended. It's 4 8th rank Invincibles, no 5 8th rank Invincibles. Captain Nolan's scalp tingled, as usually even seeing 1 8th rank Invincible was rare. Now there were 5 directly in front of him. And the killing intent exhibited by these 5 8th rank Invincibles was unmistakable. Even if it wasn't directed at him, Captain Nolan felt his soul tremble in fear. Galaxy Master. Captain Nolan looked towards Lin Yuan, realizing that these 5 8th rank Invincibles were targeting the Galaxy Master. Aside from him, who else would be worth the joint efforts of 5 8th rank Invincibles? So there were 5 bugs hidden outside? Lin Yuan glanced at Dark Scale Race Sarath and the other 8th rank Invincibles. Before Lin Yuan left the Milky Way main star, these 5 8th rank Invincibles were hiding in the depths of the spatial layers, incredibly concealed and difficult to detect unless examined intentionally. After all, Lin Yuan was now at the 8th rank, which placed him in the same realm as the 8th rank Invincibles. But the next moment, centered on Lin Yuan, a surging power of yin and yang spread in all directions. Wherever the power of yin and yang spread, the solidified space returned to normal, and the 5 forms of cosmic forces, including the power of quicksand within, were completely shattered, even causing the 4 surging 8th rank Invincibles to begin retreating as they looked toward Lin Yuan with eyes full of fear. This power. Dark Scale Race Sarath's face grew somber. Cosmic force, it's definitely cosmic force. Galaxy Master, have you deciphered a cosmic force? Dark Scale Race Sarath was incredulous. Just over 20 years ago, Lin Yuan was newly advanced to the 8th rank, and now he had deciphered some form of cosmic force, becoming an 8th rank Invincible Lin? What kind of freak was this? Although he had stepped into the 8th rank not long ago, the Galaxy Master cleansing the Milky Way star region had shown peak 8th rank combat power, but the peak of the 8th rank and 8th rank Invincible weren't the same concept at all. And Dark Scale Race Sarath could feel that the cosmic force mastered by the Galaxy Master was by no means simple, belonging to a higher order of cosmic forces, even stronger than the normal advanced cosmic forces. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have been able to shatter their joint efforts so effortlessly. At the instant the 5 8th rank Invincible aliens appeared, billions of miles away from the Milky Way main star, a white-robed and bald man appeared, looking in the direction of the Milky Way main star, So those aliens have finally made their move. This white-robed bald man was none other than the White Light Star Master, Chikuin Star-Lord's good friend, who not long ago had traded the rare cosmic treasure, Heart of Thunder, with Lin Yuan. The White Light Star Master, an experienced peak 8th rank, had a comprehension of space rules not inferior to that of the Chikuin Star-Lord. Thus the White Light Star Master's ability to protect himself was very strong, with deeper insights into space allowing a step across billions of miles, hidden within layers upon layers of space, akin to an innate invincibility. Chapter 497 Breaking the Myth. Please subscribe. _2 Therefore, White Light Star Master's combat power may be inferior to that of an 8th layer invincible, but in terms of escaping tactics, not even an 8th layer invincible could match him. The greatest strength of an 8th layer invincible lies in cosmic force, but cosmic force is just one type of power. Unless someone is adept at using cosmic force to escape, they're truly no match for White Light Star Master. After completing the transaction of the Thunder Heart with Lin Yuan, White Light Star Master mentioned this to Chikuin Star Lord, who then requested that White Light Star Master stay outside the Milky Way main star for a while longer, to protect Lin Yuan's safety. 5 8th layer invincibles? White Light Star Master's expression changed slightly. Had it been just 1 or 2 8th layer invincibles trying to assassinate Lin Yuan, he would have been able to help, as long as Lin Yuan could hold on for an instant. But 5 8th layer invincibles? Even if these 5 8th layer invincibles were not as adept at space rules as he was, a quantitative change could lead to a qualitative change, and his task would no longer be to flee, but to rescue Lin Yuan and then flee. It looks like I have no choice but to use that treasure. White Light Star Master raised his right hand, and a bunch of white flames started to burn. Human civilization, as a peak clan, had countless treasures, and White Light Star Master, being a seasoned 8th layer peak, naturally possessed many such trump cards. The white flames burning in his hand were a one-time treasure that, once activated, would unleash power close to the 9th rank's foundational might. It was sufficient to temporarily fend off those 5 8th layer invincibles. However, in the next moment, with a single thought, Lin Yuan crushed the joint assassination attempt by the 5 8th layer invincibles and effortlessly repelled 4 of them, leaving White Light Star Master somewhat stunned. What just happened? Wasn't Galaxy Master in dire straits? How had the situation changed before he even made a move to help? 8th layer invincibles. Let's go. Outside the Milky Way main star, now certain that Lin Yuan had grasped a kind of cosmic force, Dark Scale Race Sarath made a prompt decision to leave. Setting aside that the cosmic force Lin Yuan had realized exceeded the power of normal advanced cosmic forces, even if it were just an ordinary cosmic force, their plan had failed. Even the most ordinary cosmic force is still cosmic force, and with Galaxy Master having grasped such power, he had become an 8th layer invincible of their own level. The 5 of them, 8th layer invincibles, could indeed suppress one of their own when joining forces, but it was merely suppression. To completely render an 8th layer invincible powerless to resist and to inject memory poison into them was unquestionably a fool's dream. Given the circumstances, any further delay would be just a waste of time. Should other powerful beings of human civilization arrive, leaving would come at a cost. Did I say you could leave? Lin Yuan stood under the starry sky, looking towards the 5 retreating 8th layer invincibles. At the same time, the vague black and white power of Yin-Yang Taiji quietly spread and extended in all directions. Galaxy Master, do you really think you can keep us here? Dark Scale Race Sarath was mildly startled and found it somewhat absurd. The fact that Galaxy Master had grasped cosmic force indeed exceeded his expectations, but at most, that meant the mission had failed and he, along with the other 4 8th layer invincible beings, could retreat unscathed. They were all 8th layer invincibles, and even if the cosmic force that Galaxy Master had grasped was stronger than theirs, it was almost impossible to detain them. Among 8th layer invincibles, there certainly were stronger and weaker ones, but the gap would not be huge. One side could not fully defeat the other, let alone kill or detain them. If Dark Scale Race Sarath was not wary of other powerful beings of human civilization arriving soon, he would certainly continue to probe Galaxy Master with the other 4 8th layer Invincibles. Forget it. He's probably just bluffing. There's no need to take Galaxy Master's words to heart. Dark Scale Race Saruth reigned in his thoughts and began to accelerate his departure from the Milky Way star region. The rustling sound. Before they had gotten far, Dark Scale Race Saruth sensed the black and white yin-yang taiji power enveloping him from all around. The cosmic force controlled by Galaxy Master? Dark Scale Race Saruth immediately activated his power of shifting sands to defend himself. Clearly, Galaxy Master had caught up with them. Yet, Dark Scale Race Saruth was not particularly afraid, knowing that while he might be inferior to Galaxy Master, at worst, he would be suppressed, not even restricted from fleeing. However, before long, in Dark Scale Race Saruth's perception, alongside the black and white yin-yang taiji power, a new force emerged. This force was immeasurable and boundless, infinite and unending. Another cosmic force? Or is it a higher cosmic force? The Dark Scale Race Saruth was shocked and a sense of crisis rose in his heart. This Milky Way star master controls 2 cosmic forces, and both are higher cosmic forces? The Dark Scale Race Saruth faintly felt a great terror. The next moment, an aura that could destroy all things swept over, and the Dark Scale Race Saruth was again terrified. The third higher cosmic force. This Milky Way star master. Fear flashed in the eyes of the Dark Scale Race Saruth, his form began to dissolve, and his consciousness fell into darkness. Lin Yuan stood where the form of the Dark Scale Race Saruth had dissolved, caught his space bracelet, and took it into his inner world. With the power of yin-yang taiji, immeasurable force, and the power of destruction, 3 types of higher cosmic forces that could complement each other, and augmented by the power of the world extending from his inner world that spanned millions of miles. Lin Yuan's combat power had grown significantly beyond that of a typical 8th rank Invincible, so killing the Dark Scale Race Saruth was not difficult. This was still Lin Yuan holding back greatly, merely revealing 3 cosmic forces. The dozens of other cosmic forces had not even been used, let alone that thread of primal force that surpassed higher cosmic forces. In a star domain deep in the universe, the original body of the Dark Scale Race Saruth suddenly opened his eyes. That Milky Way star master? The expression of the Dark Scale Race Saruth was full of horror. Being an 8th rank Invincible himself, he naturally had an avatar, and it was this avatar that usually roamed outside. After all, even an 8th rank Invincible was not absolutely safe, as encountering certain powerful 9th rank beings would mean death for an Invincible. The Dark Scale Race Saruth had thought that his avatar might perish, but he never expected to die at the hands of another human 8th rank evolver. How is that Milky Way star master so strong? To have discerned 3 higher cosmic forces? The Dark Scale Race Saruth shuddered, vaguely feeling that something was not right. If it were just 3 higher cosmic forces, even if they could kill him, they shouldn't have instantly killed him as they did just now. Obviously, there was another powerful force beyond those 3 cosmic forces. Milky Way star master, the insect race is going to have a headache. The Dark Scale Race Saruth thought silently to himself. Although he lost an avatar, a heavy loss indeed, based on the performance just now, the Milky Way star master would probably become a major problem for the insect race. Also, the myth of the 8th rank invincibility has been broken. The expression of the Dark Scale Race Saruth was complex. Milky Way star master. Lin Yuan enveloped all directions with the power of yin-yang taiji, aided by the immeasurable force and the power of destruction, and soon killed another 8th rank invincible alien being. 3 got away. Lin Yuan glanced in 3 drastically different directions. The escape routes of 5 8th rank Invincibles were naturally inconsistent and scattered. After Lin Yuan killed 2, the other 3 had already gone far. Upon witnessing Lin Yuan kill an 8th rank Invincible as if slaughtering chickens, these 3 8th rank Invincible beings from different species were so frightened that they used all kinds of methods to get as far away as possible. Actually, with Lin Yuan's current strength, even though he was far from his peak, he could have detained those 5 8th rank Invincibles. However, it would inevitably reveal more cosmic forces. Having control of dozens of cosmic forces, including the primal force that surpassed higher cosmic forces, should belong to his secret trump cards. To expose them just to kill a few 8th rank invincibles was, Lin Yuan felt, not worth it. It was not even really a killing. Lin Yuan could sense that the 2 8th rank invincibles he had killed were still causally linked to him, which meant they hadn't truly died, likely their original selves were still alive. Although the combat power of an 8th rank invincible is on the same level as a supreme immortal king in the spirit realm, in terms of escape techniques, they far surpass the latter. Lin Yuan looked thoughtful. As for the reason, it was not hard to understand. In the spirit realm, supreme immortal kings were practically at the ceiling, but in the main world, an 8th rank invincible was not even at the top. Therefore, 8th rank invincibles placed great importance on life-saving techniques, and most of them had strong backgrounds and could receive gifts from more powerful beings. This was far beyond what supreme immortal kings in the spirit realm could compare to. Chapter 498 Chikuan Star Lord. My apprentice, surpassed me? Subscribe please. Outside the Milky Way star region. 3 figures converged. These 3 figures were the very trio who had previously attempted to assassinate Lin Yuan. At this moment, the 3 8th layer invincibles were looking horrified and weak. In order to escape from the Galaxy Master's pursuit, they had paid a heavy price. The Galaxy Master? How can he be so strong? One of the figures trembled as he spoke. Initially, the 5 8th layer invincibles thought the mission to assassinate a newly advanced to the 8th rank evolver would be simple. Wasn't it meant to be an easy catch? Even if that Galaxy Master was a genius, what of it? But reality had slapped them in the face. If they hadn't run so quickly, they would probably have been left behind in the Milky Way star region forever. Although the 3 8th layer invincibles each had an avatar, they had invested countless resources into creating these avatars, and losing one would cause them long-lasting heartache. How did the insect race conduct their business, not even clearing up the Galaxy Master's background before sending us to assassinate him? The second 8th layer invincible couldn't help but protest. The Galaxy Master was too strong. So strong that it made the hearts of 8th layer invincibles tremble. Under such circumstances, there was undoubtedly a problem with the insect race. Yeah, how did the insect race collect their intelligence? The third 8th layer invincible also complained discontentedly. On the Milky Way main star, countless evolvers were watching the recent events with utter shock. What had they seen? 5 8th layer invincible different species were easily repelled by the Galaxy Master? Ordinary evolvers couldn't see much, only knowing that the 5 8th layer invincibles had retreated on their own accord. But 8th rank evolvers could roughly see that the Galaxy Master was pursuing and effortlessly striking down the 2 8th layer invincibles. Striking down? 8th layer invincibles? These were completely incompatible terms. Even if an 8th layer invincible were to be struck down, it would be by a 9th rank strong one or by certain war weapons. Struck down by a newly advanced to the 8th rank Galaxy Master? Had the world gone mad? When did the Star Lord become so strong? How could I possibly feel that those 8th layer invincibles are so weak? How could 8th layer invincibles be weak? Did you forget the spatial pressure they caused the moment those 5 different species appeared? It's not the 8th layer invincibles being weak, it's the Star Lord that's too strong. Chun Bo and Jia Li, 2 8th rank evolvers on the Milky Way main star, were excitedly discussing among themselves. Hongpi and Blue Eyes were the same, staring in shock at the Galaxy Master revealing the strength to easily subdue 8th layer invincibles. They had followed the Chikuan Star Lord and knew well the power of 8th layer invincibles. Not even the Chikuan Star Lord could strike down an 8th layer invincible. Suppressing an 8th layer invincible was possible, but to defeat or even kill was as hard as ascending to heaven. The Galaxy Master. Outside the Milky Way main star, Captain Nolan was parched, as he had seen even more than those 8th rank evolvers on the star. From the moment those 5 8th layer invincible different species appeared, to their panicked escape, he had seen it all. The myth of 8th layer invincibles has been broken by the Galaxy Master. Nolan thought rapidly. The so-called myth of 8th layer invincibles was that they were absolutely invincible among their peers and could not be killed by another of the same rank. 8th layer invincibles were the absolute peak within the 8th layer and so on. To strike down an 8th layer invincible, there were only two methods. One was for a higher rank strong one to act, the other was to wield some powerful external force. Here, external force referred to weapons, artifacts for attack, treasures, and so on. On the battlefields of different races, occasionally there would be a spectacle of strong ones wielding supreme weapons. That was external force. But the Galaxy Master had not used any external forces just now. This fact was clear to those 5 8th layer invincibles, and Nolan was clear on it as well. Not using external forces, yet easily killing 8th layer invincibles, wasn't this a shattering of the myth? Just as Captain Nolan was still in shock, a figure suddenly appeared before him. It was none other than the Galaxy Master. "They'll be taking these Tai Micro Clear Crystals," Lin Yuan said. He had been intending to collect the Tai Micro Clear Crystals when he was interrupted by the 5 8th layer invincibles. Now that he had dealt with them, he naturally planned to finish what he had been doing. "Very well. Galaxy Master, please sign for them," Nolan immediately reacted. He then said with utmost respect. Nolan's reverence came completely from the heart, without any other factors. Before this day, Nolan's respect for Lin Yuan stemmed from his background, talent, and various other aspects. But now, it was entirely because of strength. Just like numerous evolvers from human civilization, who revered the 9 supreme beings. As Lin Yuan confirmed his identity and signed for the delivery, with a thought, he started transferring one space device after another from the battleship into his inner world. The Tai Micro Clear Crystals purchased with 80,000 cubic universe crystals were amassed, enough to match the size of dozens of planets. Captain Nolan was close to the peak of the 8th rank, and his inner world spanned only a few thousand miles in radius, incapable of accommodating all the Tai Micro Clear Crystals. And as for putting space devices filled with massive amounts of Tai Micro Clear Crystals into one's inner world, that depended on the bearing limit of the inner world itself. A space device containing a planet-sized amount of materials couldn't be stored within an inner world the size of a few hundred miles in radius. But for Lin Yuan, these Tai Micro Clear Crystals were not a problem. Even without having expanded it, Lin Yuan's inner world was already tens of millions of miles in radius. Forget 80,000 cubic universe crystals worth of Tai Micro Clear Crystals, even 800,000 cubic universe crystals worth could be easily accommodated. Inside the palace on the Milky Way main star. After Lin Yuan had taken all the Tai Micro Clear Crystals into his inner world, he returned directly here. Let's take a look at the spoils of war. With a thought, Lin Yuan made 2 spatial wrists appear before him. Chapter 499 Chikuan Star Lord. My disciple surpassed me? Please subscribe, _2 These 2 space bracelets, taken from the 2 invincible 8th layer beings Lin Yuan defeated, along with the essence and blood released from the disintegration of their physical bodies and their weapons and treasures, were all collected. So wealthy, Lin Yuan briefly inspected the hall and a smile emerged on his face. Within the 2 space bracelets, the cosmic crystals alone amounted to more than 200,000. Not to mention the other treasures and weapons. If converted into cosmic crystals, it too would be a sizable income. Lin Yuan roughly calculated the total value of the gains from killing the 2 8th layer invincibles, which was close to 500,000 cosmic crystals. Which is to say, on average, each 8th layer invincible contributed 250,000 cosmic crystals to Lin Yuan. In fact, this was also the normal worth of an 8th layer invincible. Neither Dark Scale Race Saraf nor the other 8th layer invincible had ever considered that anything could go wrong with their mission to assassinate the Milky Way Star Lord. The Milky Way star region was located at the edge of human civilization territory, and the worst outcome would have been the failure of the assassination, allowing them to escape unscathed. They never expected to be completely defeated by Lin Yuan. Therefore, the avatars of these 2 8th layer invincibles carried a large number of cosmic crystals and treasures, because they perceived there to be no risk in the assassination task. Is this? Memory poison? Lin Yuan's expression changed slightly. Within the space bracelet of Dark Scale Race Sarath, he discovered this peculiar item. The different species really intend to completely kill me. Lin Yuan was well aware of the effect of memory poison, a remarkable item targeting the memory level, from which not even a resurrection by a supreme being could save one. Unfortunately, memory poison is ineffective against me. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Let alone his surge in strength after the 8th traversal to a level comparable to a 9th rank powerhouse. Even without this traversal, the soul-settling pearl bestowed by Xia Qin Supreme Being would be enough to block the invasion of the memory poison. Although it's useless to me, the worth of such a peculiar item is immeasurable. Lin Yuan carefully stored away the memory poison. I've broken even in an instant. Lin Yuan's spirit was delighted. He had just been reluctant to spend 80,000 cubic universe crystals on the time micro-clear crystal, but in the blink of an eye, he harvested treasures worth 500,000 cosmic crystals. Not only had he recouped his investment, but he also made a substantial profit. And this was excluding the memory poison. Because Lin Yuan did not know the value of the memory poison, but he was certain that it was worth far more than several 100,000 cosmic crystals. With this memory poison, I could completely kill a peerless genius of a different species, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Not just the insect race and other peak clans that collect the names of human geniuses for their assassination lists, rewarding the killers with generous prizes for each kill. Human civilization also compiled lists of peerless geniuses from other peak clans, and one could earn a significant number of merit points as a reward for permanently eliminating a threat to human civilization. If I had known, I should have kept those 3 other 8th layer invincibles. Lin Yuan felt some regret, unaware that these 8th layer different species invaders would carry so many treasures and cosmic crystals into the human civilization territory. Virtual world. Personal space. The Chikuan Star Lord sat opposite the White Light Star Lord. What did you say? The different species sent 5 8th layer invincibles to assassinate my disciple? The Chikuan Star Lord was shocked. The moment White Light Star Master detected the arrival of the 5 8th layer invincible aliens outside the Milky Way main star, he split off a strand of consciousness into the virtual world to contact the Chikuan Star Lord. Don't worry, I will use the secret treasure, White Heart Flame. White Light Star Lord's expression was grave. White Heart Flame. The Chikuan Star Lord was not reassured. Once the White Heart Flame was activated, it could indeed unleash a near 9th rank foundational might, but the opponents were 5 invincible 8th layer beings. If willing to pay the price, they could fully withstand the damage from the White Heart Flame for a short time. As the different species had mobilized 5 8th layer invincibles, they must be determined to succeed. No, I must contact a supreme being. The Chikuan Star Lord stood up abruptly. Wait! Suddenly, the White Light Star Lord stopped the Chikuan Star Lord. Wait for what? Chikuan Star Lord frowned. It's over, those 5 8th layer invincible aliens have retreated. White Light Star Lord fell silent for a moment, saying somewhat incredulously. Retreated? Chikuan Star Lord was also taken aback. Although this outcome was unexpected, it also made him breathe a slight sigh of relief. Was it one of our human 9th rank evolvers who happened to pass by and saved my disciple? Chikuan Star Lord settled back down. I, Chikuan, must thank them in person. In Chikuan Star Lord's view, the only thing that could make 5 8th layer beings retreat voluntarily was a 9th rank evolver. As for an 8th layer invincible evolver from humanity, 1 or 2 invincible evolvers of the 8th layer couldn't make 5 invincible aliens of the same layer give way. And 5 or 6 evolvers from human civilization. How could such a coincidence occur? 8th layer invincible evolvers usually guard the medium-sized otherworldly battlefield, and without the movement of the 3 goddesses, they wouldn't gather together like this. Therefore, Chikuan Star Lord was even more convinced that it was a passing human 9th rank evolver who had acted to save Lin Yuan. It wasn't a 9th rank evolver. White Light Star Lord fell silent again for a while, then shook his head. Not a 9th rank evolver? Chikuan Star Lord exclaimed. Then which several 8th layer invincibles? Chikuin will also personally thank them. If it wasn't a 9th rank evolver, it could only have been a few passing 8th layer invincibles, although this scene was quite incredible, but since it happened, Chikuin Star-Lord wouldn't say anything more. There were no passing 8th layer invincibles. White Light Star-Lord fell silent for a moment, then spoke again. Upon hearing this, Chikuin Star-Lord fell silent as well. Old man, what exactly do you mean? Chikuin Star-Lord began to grow impatient, continuously denying his guesses without stating the facts. What kind of secret was he trying to sell? It was your disciple who repelled those 5 8th layer invincibles by himself. White Light Star-Lord looked at Chikuin Star-Lord with a complex expression. It was my disciple? Who did you say? Chikuin Star-Lord was stunned for a moment, as if not quite catching on. He understood each word spoken by White Light Star-Lord, but strung together they left Chikuin Star-Lord somewhat baffled. I mean your disciple, on his own, made 5 8th layer invincible aliens retreat voluntarily, White Light Star-Lord repeated. This time Chikuin Star-Lord fully grasped the meaning. He blinked, at a loss for words momentarily. There were many possibilities for making 5 8th layer invincibles retreat voluntarily, but the biggest possibility was that those 5 8th layer invincibles felt they could not contend with Lin Yuan, which is why they retreated on their own. Making an assassination attempt in human territory, even in the fringe starfield, those 5 8th layer invincibles wouldn't dare to stay long, and upon realizing it was futile, would decisively give up. To avoid the arrival of powerful human defenders. But to achieve this, Lin Yuan himself would have to be an 8th layer invincible as well. Upon this realization, Chikuin Star-Lord was filled with emotions. How much time had passed, and the young disciple he had taken in had grown to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Chikuin, there's another matter, I'm not sure if I should mention it. White Light Star Master glanced at Chikuin Star-Lord, who was looking reflective, and hesitated. What could possibly be unspeakable now? Chikuin Star-Lord laughed. My disciple has caught up to me, I should be happy. Your disciple not only made those 5 8th layer invincibles retreat voluntarily, but also chased after them and killed 2 of the 8th layer invincibles. White Light Star-Lord spoke softly. Killed 2 8th layer invincibles? Chikuin Star-Lord fell silent once again. Even someone as powerful as him could not kill 2 8th layer invincibles, let alone having just faced the siege of 5 such invincibles. Are you sure of what you saw? Chikuin Star-Lord asked somewhat solemnly. Killing 8th layer invincibles wasn't an inconceivable event. On the large alien battlefield, every so often an 8th layer invincible would fall. But the one who killed the 8th layer invincibles was his disciple, a young man who had only stepped into the 8th layer a few decades ago, not yet 100 years of age. I am certain. White Light Star-Lord affirmed. Though he wasn't an 8th layer invincible himself, he had a deep understanding of space rules, and distance wasn't an issue for him. He witnessed firsthand those 2 8th layer invincible aliens being slain by the hand of Milky Way Star Master. My disciple. Upon hearing this, Chikuin Star-Lord did not doubt it. Instead, his face showed a hint of helplessness. Had misspoken just a moment ago. His disciple hadn't just caught up to him. He had surpassed him. Chapter 500 Sensation, please subscribe. Chikuin, you've taken on a good disciple, White Light Star Master said, looking at Chikuin Star-Lord. In the universe's human civilization, it was not uncommon for a disciple to surpass his teacher. In the different species, there might exist repression and enslavement of a clan's geniuses. This would result in the strong remaining strong, and those in high positions, in order to consolidate their own status, limiting the promotional channels of those below them. But such a phenomenon was almost non-existent in human civilization. Under the governance of the 3 ultimate intelligent goddesses, as long as you could demonstrate talent in some area, you would be protected. Even if you had no talents at all, you could still live a stable and secure life. As long as you did not violate the laws, there wouldn't be any problems. Thus, even though the average individual in human civilization might be considered weak compared to other peak clans, it could continuously and steadily produce a large number of strong individuals. Furthermore, They swept across the 8 directions of the universe, and even when facing peak clans like the insect race, they could hold their ground and even gain the upper hand. Indeed, having a too excellent disciple is trouble for the teacher as well, Chikuin Star Lord sighed, causing White Light Star Master to roll his eyes. At Chikuin Star Lord's level, it was difficult to advance further in a short time, and the usual comparisons with many friends often revolved around their own disciples. The more outstanding Lin Yuan was, the more glorious Chikuin Star Lord, the teacher, felt. Can you teach a disciple as formidable as mine? Even if it wasn't my teaching, it was still my discerning eye that recognized his potential. Ever since he took on Lin Yuan, Chikuin Star Lord had been very comfortable, and he never lost in comparisons with his friends. Especially just now, having heard from White Light Star Master about Lin Yuan's formidable combat achievements, Chikuin Star Lord felt even more complacent, confident that even if his friends stepped into the 9th rank in the future, he would still have them thoroughly outmatched in the realm of taking on disciples. What are you smirking about, old man? White Light Star Master glanced at Chikuin Star Lord. Don't end up still stuck at 8th rank while your disciple advances to 9th, White Light Star Master joked. As 9th rank evolvers begin to merge with the great universe, even if White Light Star Master found Lin Yuan's demonstrated combat power incredible, he was sure that Lin Yuan was still at the 8th rank. I would love to. Chikuin Star Lord didn't mind at all. The battle outside the Milky Way main star, as time passed, spread like a hurricane through the human territories. The human territories were vast and expansive, and even the matters of 9th rank or 10th rank evolvers didn't necessarily spread widely, few could traverse star domains. But Lin Yuan's battle with those 5 8th rank invincible aliens, having killed 2 of the 8 rank invincibles, caused a tremendous shock throughout human civilization. No matter which star domain it was, there definitely were 8th rank invincibles. And as an 8th rank invincible, they were keenly aware of the difficulty in killing another 8th rank invincible of the same level. This was about killing, not defeating or suppressing. Little junior brother. In another fringe starfield, the Red Kuan lineage's great peak master looked at the information in front of him, somewhat stunned. He had long known about his little junior brother's terrifying talents, who had just stepped into 8th rank and could uncontestedly suppress him, an evolver who had adapted to the 8th rank for some time. Even the teacher, Chikuin Star Lord, once said Lin Yuan did it while holding back significantly. From that moment on, the great peak master knew that the gap between himself and his little junior brother would only grow wider. But the great peak master hadn't anticipated that in such a short time, while he was still striving to balance the many forces within his star domain, his little junior brother had been ruthlessly dominating among the 8th rank invincibles. Shursan Peak Master, he killed 2 8th rank invincibles? In the Wanyang star domain, Wanyang Holy Sun let out a sigh upon learning this information. Back then I wanted to challenge Shursan Peak Master, now it seems utterly ridiculous. While Wanyang Holy Sun was shocked by Lin Yuan's method of killing 8th rank invincibles, he once took Shursan Peak Master as a target for pursuit. Having a deep understanding of Shursan Peak Master's growth speed, others might not be able to break the myth of the 8th rank invincible's invincibility, but Shursan Peak Master did, and Wanyang Holy Sun quickly accepted it. I never thought I once competed with Shursan Peak Master in the arena. Wanyang Holy Sun felt calm, with a hint of pride emerging. Milky Way main star. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his consciousness descending into his inner world. Time micro-clear crystal. Dozens of star-sized time micro-clear crystals accumulated in a region of his inner world, spreading a pure energy aura. The expansion begins. Lin Yuan thought and released the repression of his inner world. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of tons of time micro-clear crystal shattered, turning into pure energy, merging into the inner world, supporting its frantic expansion. First, expand the inner world to the limit, then absorb the liquid from the mysterious gourd to increase the base multiplier. Lin Yuan thought to himself, this was also the most extensive method of savings. Ending his half-month time traversal, Lin Yuan didn't directly start absorbing the liquid from the mysterious gourd, waiting instead for the arrival of the time micro-clear crystals. If he had absorbed the liquid from the mysterious gourd first, raising the base multiplier of his inner world to 13 times, then the energy required to expand his inner world to the size of his understanding of space rules afterward would far exceed the current amount. Increasing from 1 to 3 will consume 2, but increasing from 10 to 30 will consume 20. At that time, the cosmic crystals Lin Yuan would need to consume would not be 80,000, but 800,000, possibly even exceeding 1,000,000. According to the current speed of expansion, in 5 to 6 days it could expand to 3.75 million miles, then after absorbing the liquid from the mysterious gourd, in at most half a month, I could completely recover to nearly 1 billion miles of inner world. Chapter 501 Sensation. Please subscribe. _2 Lin Yuan observed for a while and speculated in his heart. In the spirit realm for nearly 1,000 years, he devoted a lot of time to absorbing the various colored liquids from the mysterious gourd, greatly enhancing the physical body divine ability blood rebirth. Next, he could reabsorb it in a short time. After observing for a while longer, Lin Yuan's consciousness returned to the outside world. The expansion of the inner world was an instinctual behavior and didn't require Lin Yuan's constant attention. It only needed to ensure a sufficient supply of energy. My current number of merit points, 26 million? Lin Yuan glanced over and pondered. The 8th stage martial Tao's price was 22 million merit points. Of the remaining 4 million merit points, 1,500,000 were awarded to Lin Yuan for enlightening the goddess of wisdom about the 3,333 evolution paths contained within the bodies of those supreme beings. Another 1 million merit points were conferred as a reward for Lin Yuan killing those 2 8th-layer invincible beings. Usually, completely killing an 8th-rank different species member was worth 1 million merit points, but killing an 8th-layer invincible being earned even more merit points. However, Lin Yuan did not completely kill those 2 8th-layer invincibles. Their true bodies were still alive, so in total he only received 1 million merit points. But Lin Yuan was already content. Not to mention anything else, the treasures and weapons contributed by those 2 8th-layer invincible aliens, nearly worth 500,000 cubic universe crystals, had already made him a big profit. The additional 1 million merit points were purely a bonus. As for the remaining 1 million merit points, they were what Lin Yuan had accumulated previously. To ascend from a 7th-level citizen to an 8th-level citizen requires 50 million merit points. Lin Yuan checked the required number of merit points for the next citizen level and slightly shook his head. 50 million merit points was an astronomical figure. Even for those 8th-rank invincible evolvers, it was something they could long for but never reach. No wonder, even though many are evolutionary scholars, they are not 8th-level citizens, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Evolutionary scholars had opened up at least one new 8th-rank evolution path. That alone was worth several million merit points. In addition, every evolutionary scholar had their own research planet in the central star domain, where they could deduce various achievements at any time, which was a substantial income of merit points over the long term. Lastly, evolutionary scholars could join the Human Civilization Science Institute, the Evolution Institute, and still receive a steady sum of merit points from time to time. Compared to most evolvers, evolutionary scholars had many more ways to earn merit points. Even so, a significant number of evolutionary scholars had not yet become 8th-level citizens. Take it slowly. As long as I can develop the 9th stage martial Tao chapter, that should be almost enough to advance to the 8th-level citizen, Lin Yuan thought to himself. If the 8th stage martial arts were worth 22 million merit points, the 9th stage martial Tao chapter couldn't be less than that, which would be more than enough to move up to an 8th-level citizen. 8th-level citizen. Lin Yuan looked forward with a hint of anticipation. This level of citizenship wasn't just about being a citizen anymore. It was about being a decision-maker in human civilization, even capable of influencing a range of star alliances. The current Annan Star Alliance Council speaker, for instance, was an 8th-level citizen, whose influence was so vast that dozens of surrounding star alliances dared not take him lightly. Outside the human borders, a desolate star domain, the great shadow of the insect race honored envoy descended, and several other towering figures also coalesced. What's with that Galaxy Master? How long has he stepped into the 8th layer, and he already has the power to kill an 8th layer invincible? One towering figure spoke, his tone somewhat skeptical. To them, 8th layer invincibles were not a big deal, but the Galaxy Master was so young, having grown so much so quickly, what would become of him in the future? Carnelin, you are most informed about the assassination of the Galaxy Master. What exactly happened? The second towering figure looked towards the shadow of the insect race honored envoy and frowned. The facts are as you know them, said the insect race honored envoy. She, too, had not anticipated this outcome of the assassination attempt. The Galaxy Master, having barely stepped into the 8th layer, suddenly became invincible at that rank, with a combat power that was unimaginably powerful. He didn't borrow any external force? The third towering figure inquired. This was crucial. If the Galaxy Master had relied on an external force to kill the two 8th layer invincibles, that wouldn't mean much, as external forces were limited. This is the battle footage from that time. In front of the insect race honored envoy, scenes appeared, showing Lin Yuan confronting and clashing with the 5 8th rank invincible aliens. A moment later, a few beings had finished watching the footage. Without relying on external forces, that Galaxy Master has mastered at least 3 kinds of cosmic forces, all of them higher cosmic forces. One of those cosmic forces should have reached the 3rd realm. A few towering figures whispered among themselves, their tones filled with surprise. It was not easy to comprehend the cosmic force, especially the higher cosmic forces. The Galaxy Master comprehending 3 kinds of higher cosmic forces was even more extraordinary than killing 2 8th rank invincibles. No wonder he was able to kill 2 8th rank invincibles. These 3 kinds of higher cosmic forces, when combined, can barely touch the threshold of the 9th rank. However, in other aspects, they are much more sophisticated than a mere 9th rank. A few towering figures exchanged glances with each other. It was difficult for 9th rank powerhouses to kill an 8th rank invincible because the latter would flee, activating their own cosmic force to hold off a 9th rank powerhouse for a moment. Of course, the 9th rank powerhouses referred to here were the most common ones. In front of those powerful 9th rank beings, it was hard for 8th rank invincibles to survive. Although the Galaxy Master was not a 9th rank powerhouse, he had no weaknesses. The cosmic force of an 8th rank invincible couldn't affect him at all. In contrast, the 3 kinds of higher cosmic forces that the Galaxy Master controlled could greatly restrict an 8th rank invincible. In simple terms, it was not that the Galaxy Master was stronger than a typical 9th rank powerhouse, but rather that those 8th rank invincibles were suppressed by him. 3 kinds of higher cosmic forces. Once the Galaxy Master steps into the 9th rank, he will grow by leaps and bounds. His chances of successfully reaching the 10th rank in the future are quite high. Had we known earlier that the Galaxy Master had such great potential, our race should have sent 9th rank combat power to assassinate him. Even if it meant tearing off the disguise, facing the retaliation of human civilization, the losses our race would suffer in large-scale battles in the future would probably be greater if this Galaxy Master were allowed to grow. A few towering figures talked among themselves. They held a deep murderous intent towards the Galaxy Master, but they also knew that by revealing his strength, the Galaxy Master would definitely attract the attention of human civilization. Sending a 9th rank powerhouse to assassinate the Galaxy Master now was already too late. They might not succeed and could instead be ambushed by the powerful being of human civilization, risking their very own lives. On the Milky Way main star, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. In his inner world, the Tai micro-clear crystal, which had accumulated to the size of 50 stars, was almost completely consumed. And Lin Yuan's inner world had smoothly expanded to a radius of 37,500,000 miles. This was his inner world after a 5-fold amplification. The basic size should be about 7,500,000 miles in radius. Now I can start absorbing the liquid from the mysterious gourd. Lin Yuan immediately took out the gourd. In the main world, the absorption of the mysterious gourd's liquid by his physical body had stopped at the second type, the orange-yellow liquid. Whereas in the spirit realm, he had almost completely absorbed the 4th type, the green liquid, reaching an amplification of 13 times. Inhale. Exhale. Lin Yuan immediately began absorbing the liquid from the mysterious gourd. His physical body divine ability blood rebirth had been greatly improved and could easily withstand the burning of the orange-yellow liquid. Just over 10 days had passed. Lin Yuan's progress in absorbing the liquid from the mysterious gourd had caught up with his progress in the spirit realm. Rumble. His inner world was undergoing a frenzied expansion. Without Lin Yuan's prior preparations, the spatial fluctuations caused by the expansion could have potentially swept across the Milky Way main star. Finally, Lin Yuan's consciousness descended into his inner world. At this moment, his inner world had reached its expansion limit, covering an area close to 100 million miles, vast and boundless. Chapter 502 Heading to Demon Jade Space. Please subscribe. My current strength. Lin Yuan closed his eyes. Within a nearly 100 million li radius, the cosmic force extended from his inner world underwent a qualitative change, and combined with the dozens of cosmic energies he mastered, Lin Yuan finally restored his strength to its peak. To be precise, it was even stronger than when he was in the spirit realm. After all, the inner world within the physical body of the main world had fused with quite a few cosmic rare treasures. The physical body in the spirit realm didn't have this privilege. Those 5/8 layer invincible alien strong ones, if they were to attempt an assassination now, the recovery of his inner world to a nearly 100 million li radius provided Lin Yuan with a revolutionary boost in combat power. An inner world spanning tens of millions of li compares to an inner world of nearly 100 million li, the difference far exceeds tenfold. At the moment, my absorption of the green liquid inside the mysterious gourd has reached a temporary limit. Lin Yuan's consciousness returned to the outside world, pondering. The enhancement of the inner world by the liquid within the mysterious gourd depends on two aspects. One is the foundational size of the inner world, that is, the comprehension of space rules. The other is the resistance to the flames created by the liquid through the physical body divine ability blood rebirth. I still need to comprehend space rules as much as possible. With my against heaven's understanding, I can fully comprehend the complete space rules at the 8th layer, Lin Yuan thought to himself. For other strong beings, whether human evolvers or different species lives, it is almost impossible to comprehend the complete space rules at the 8th layer, because the difficulty is too high. However, Lin Yuan did not find it difficult. It was only a matter of how much time to devote. An 8th layer evolver has a long lifespan. How old is Lin Yuan now? He has plenty of time to try. Forget it, I should prioritize fusion rules, continue to explore the core spatial models afterward, and add it to the secondary objectives. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment. According to the current interpretation of 9th and 8th layers by human civilization, comprehending universal forces at the 8th layer is greatly beneficial for cultivation at the 9th layer. But whether space rules are fully comprehended has virtually no impact on the 9th layer. Many powerful beings who have just entered the 9th layer have not fully comprehended space rules yet. Given that, Lin Yuan believes it is more profitable to step into the 9th layer as soon as possible. Against heaven's understanding is related to the height Lin Yuan stands at. Comprehending space rules at the 8th layer versus the 9th layer is not the same level of difficulty. Therefore, unless it affects the foundation, Lin Yuan will always prioritize advancing his own realm first. 9th layer, Lin Yuan's expression turned contemplative. The biggest bottleneck to stepping into the 9th layer is the fusion rules. To merge one's control over a certain common rule into a pillar rule. These pillar rules could be the rule of time, space rules, the rule of life, and so on. Given Lin Yuan's current conditions, naturally, he chooses to merge into the space rules. Fusion rules for me, it's not the first time. Lin Yuan's thoughts wandered. After comprehending the Taiyin rule, the Taiyang rule and Taiyin rule began to merge, thus giving birth to Taiji rule, a higher cosmic force. However, the Taiyang rule and Taiyin rule are both common rules, and the difficulty of their fusion is far less than that of pillar rules. When I was in the spirit realm, I had already begun to merge the Taiji rule into the space rules, and the progress had reached 1/10. Now I just need to continue, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The fusion of different rules is much more difficult than simply comprehending a certain rule. How could the merging of two utterly distinct rules be easy? The fusion of Lin Yuan's Taiyin rule and Taiyang rule was solely because he started merging them from the second and third layer, progressively and systematically comprehending these two rules before merging them, which is natural. But fusing space rules with Taiji rule? Even for Lin Yuan with his against heaven's understanding, there were times he made no progress at all. After several days of continuous comprehension, Lin Yuan stopped, rubbing his temples, planning to take a rest. Attempting to merge the Taiji rule with space rules not only requires sufficient understanding but also takes a great deal of Lin Yuan's heart force. So after practicing for a while, Lin Yuan had to rest. To continue forcing the comprehension would only lead to exhaustion of heart force and lowering the efficiency of fusion. Let's check the number of evolvers on the martial path evolutionary path. Whether in the main world or in world traversal, Lin Yuan always gave great importance to the spread of the martial path evolutionary path. It relates to his ultimate leap. Many powerful beings beneath supreme beings, such as the ancient gods in the depths of the universe, like to spread their evolution paths to prepare for the ultimate leap. Lin Yuan's current strength has not reached the level of ancient gods, but laying the groundwork for the ultimate leap early has no drawbacks. The most crucial point is that the martial path evolutionary path in the main world can also bring many benefits to Lin Yuan. Over the years, just from the share of income from the martial path evolutionary path, Lin Yuan has earned tens of thousands of cubic universe crystals. These universe crystals are not obtained as quickly as Lin Yuan could by casually killing a few 8th-layer invincible beings, but the advantage is constant income without any hidden dangers or risks. Killing 8th-layer invincibles, even for Lin Yuan, entails risk, such as preventing the alien strong ones from using 8th-layer invincibles as bait. But the share of income from the martial path evolutionary path is stable and secure. First tier chapter, 6,226,387. Second layer chapter, 1,125,600. Third rank chapter, 32,421. Fourth rank chapter, 7,307. Fifth stage section, 1,038 people. Not bad, not bad. Even the fifth stage section has over 1,000 people. Chapter 503 heading to Demon Jade Space. Request for subscription. _2 Lin Yuan's face broke into a smile. Although in the spirit realm, Lin Yuan had cultivated several 7th-stage martial Tao warriors. But that had taken nearly 1,000 years. That the main world had produced such martial path evolutionaries in just a few decades was extremely rare. In terms of efficiency, it completely overshadowed the number of martial Tao cultivators the spirit realm could train in the same period. I set the price of the 8th layer part at 500 billion civilization coins, and it sold over 10,000 copies? Lin Yuan glanced at the sales figures of the 8th layer part. Those buying the 8th layer part at this time were basically not evolvers on the martial path evolutionary path. After all, evolvers on the current martial path evolutionary path hadn't even reached the 6th rank, so buying the 8th layer part was pointless. It was likely those 8th, 9th, and even 10th rank evolvers who bought it casually. After all, the current martial path evolutionary path ranked first in the Anon Star Alliance evolution rankings, and its soaring speed meant that even if 9th and 10th rank evolvers couldn't use it, they wouldn't mind buying it to take a look. 500 billion civilization coins, a huge fortune for 6th and 7th rank evolvers, didn't count for much in the eyes of 9th and 10th rank evolvers. 9th and 10th rank evolvers, already belonging to the strategic forces of human civilization, could easily amass far more than this amount with just one foray into a cosmic secret realm. With over 10,000 copies of the 8th layer part sold, even after subtracting the share for human civilization and taxes, I still have thousands of cubic universe crystals in hand. Lin Yuan's spirits were lifted. This was just a short time after he had uploaded the 8th layer part. The income it would bring him from the martial path evolutionary path was only going to increase. Inside the Chikuan Prime virtual world, Lin Yuan sat opposite the Chikuan Star Lord, savoring fine wine. It's been a long time since I've had such leisure to enjoy a drink, Lin Yuan said, sipping gently, the hot sensation flowing down his throat. The wine in the virtual world, although non-beneficial to the physical body, tasted no different from real fine wines. This wine, out there, costs a cubic universe crystal per glass. It's much cheaper in the virtual world, but still millions of cosmos coins, said the Chikuan Star Lord, who, even for him, could not bear to buy such expensive wines in reality, not because he couldn't afford it, but because he found it too painful. The 3 cosmic forces you used to defeat those 2 invincible 8th rank beings, were they all higher cosmic forces? The Chikuan Star Lord also took a sip and asked curiously. I'm not sure if they were higher cosmic forces, Lin Yuan shook his head. He only speculated that the Taiji Force, Destruction Force, and Immeasurable Force were higher cosmic forces, but he didn't really know. Teacher, take a look. Lin Yuan raised his right hand, 3 strands of energy swirling between his fingers. Indeed, they are higher cosmic forces. With this strand of cosmic force, you've at least cultivated to the 3rd realm, the Chikuan Star Lord said in awe. He had already seen the video of Lin Yuan in action, noticing his disciple mobilizing 3 types of cosmic forces, but seeing the 3 higher cosmic forces obediently winding around his disciple's fingers was still somewhat shocking. This was higher cosmic force, not some roadside green vegetable. People cannot be compared with one another. I was so proud when I realized one type of cosmic force, but my disciple, you comprehended 3 types of higher cosmic forces all at once, the Chikuan Star Lord said wistfully. It was good luck, just happened to comprehend 3 types of powers, all of which were cosmic forces, Lin Yuan said with a smile. In the main world universe starry sky, cosmic forces cannot be simulated or replicated, so realizing a type of cosmic force is very much about luck. Some 8th rank powerhouses may spend tens of thousands of years without realizing a type of cosmic force, while some might achieve it in just a few decades. It all depends on random factors. To discover one might be luck, but to discover 3 and still call it luck? The Chikuan Star Lord sighed. His disciple was excellent in all aspects, except he was too humble. If it was himself, he would have boasted to all his old friends. 3 types of higher cosmic forces. When you step into the 9th rank, forging a 9th rank foundation, how solid will it be? The Chikuan Star Lord remarked admiringly. What the Chikuan Star Lord did not know was that his disciple didn't just comprehend 3 types of cosmic forces, but dozens of them. Some even included the primal force, which surpassed higher cosmic forces. In the Red Kuan lineage virtual world, countless members of the Red Kuan lineage were whispering, their gazes occasionally turning towards the imposing main peak at the center. The well-informed members had long known that the 13 Peaks Master, also known as the Galaxy Master, was currently meeting with the Chikuan Star Lord. The Galaxy Master? Previously, people wouldn't have been so excited, but news of the Galaxy Master defeating 2 invincible 8th rank beings of a different species in the fringe starfield had come. That news had exploded amongst all members of the Red Kuan lineage. Accomplishing what not even the Chikuan Star Lord had achieved, the Galaxy Master had thoroughly excited the members of the Red Kuan lineage. Anyone could see, with such young achievements in defeating invincible 8th ranks, stepping into the 9th rank was inevitable. How is the 13 Peaks Master so powerful? Over the years has the 13 Peaks Master created few miracles? Had I known, I would have done everything to join the 13 Peaks and become a subordinate of the 13 Peaks Master. Do you think you can get in just by giving it your all? The 13 Peaks are extremely selective in their recruitment. Members of the Red Kuan lineage eagerly discussed, and the prestige of the Galaxy Master began to spread throughout the southern star region of human civilization. Consequently, the Red Kuan lineage also gained fame. A corner within the Red Kuan lineage. Feng Yu gazed distantly at the central main peak, his expression complex. Originally, during the 7-star cave test, the 13 Peaks Master had invited him to join the 13 Peaks. He had rejected the offer, choosing instead a great Peak Master who had already advanced to the 8th layer. Not long after, Feng Yu came to regret this decision as the 13 Peaks Master also advanced to the 8th layer. Compared to the Great Peak Master, who had taken nearly 100,000 years to reach the 8th layer, the 13 Peaks Master surpassed the former in every aspect. At the time, Feng Yu had chosen the Great Peak Master because he had already been a powerful 8th layer fighter, but soon after, the 13 Peaks Master also advanced to the 8th layer. This made Feng Yu feel like a fool. Over the years, Feng Yu had gradually come to terms with his choice. He thought that even if he hadn't joined the 13 Peaks, becoming a subordinate of the Great Peak Master, it wouldn't have mattered much. That was until he recently heard that the 13 Peaks Master had slain 2 8th layer invincible alien races. Those were 8th layer invincible alien races. And they were just killed by the 13 Peaks Master? Feng Yu felt extreme regret, thinking that had he chosen the 13 Peaks at that time, he would now be a highly sought-after figure. In that session of the 7-star cave test, the 2 evolvers who had chosen the 13 Peaks, Emoli being a powerhouse as a red pattern examiner, was already stronger than him, Feng Yu. But Wulan? Just an ordinary silver pattern. With no background. With no support. Merely because she had accepted the invitation of the 13 Peaks Master. Now, she was held in high regard among the Red Kuan lineage, even receiving respect from several of the Peak Masters. One wrong step leads to many, Feng Yu sighed inwardly. Milky Way main star. After chatting with his teacher, the Chikuan Star Lord, for a while, Lin Yuan disconnected from the virtual world. Now, I should be at the peak of the 8th layer, Lin Yuan thought to himself, having completed the entire 8th stage of martial arts, which marked the end of his journey in the 8th layer, and what remained was breaking through to the 9th layer. I might try exploring the Demon Jade space, Lin Yuan suddenly thought. After deriving 3,333 evolutionary pathways from the body of a supreme being from beyond the cosmos, a magic jade mark automatically formed deep within Lin Yuan's soul, making him an ordinary member of the Moyu Tower. The magic jade mark, aside from being a symbol of a regular member of the Moyu Tower and stabilizing the spirit will, also connected to a mysterious space, the Demon Jade space, fashioned by the demonic Jade Tower Master. This very space held the greatest opportunity within the body of the deceased Supreme Being. Lin Yuan found out from the magic jade mark that it's best to consider entering the Demon Jade space at the peak of the 8th layer. Thus, he waited until today. Now I can do it. Lin Yuan probed his soul with his mind, locking onto the 9 floors dark tower-shaped magic jade mark. Let's explore. Lin Yuan activated the 9 floors dark tower mark, and in an instant his will climbed immeasurably, arriving in a mysterious space. Chapter 504. The 9-story Black Tower, Magic Jade Tower Master. Please subscribe. Magic Jade Tower, a mysterious force beyond the universe. According to the intention of the Xia Qin Supreme Being, the master of the Magic Jade Tower suddenly vanished in the distant past. The many members of the Magic Jade Tower also vanished without a trace. The body of that Supreme Being that drifted in from outside the universe should be a member of the Magic Jade Tower, otherwise, there would be no way for his body to contain evolution paths related to the Magic Jade Tower. The information Lin Yuan obtained from the Magic Jade mark indicated that the demonic Jade space it connected to was specially opened by the master of the Magic Jade Tower for the members to undergo trials. Since it was a place for trial, there would undoubtedly be risks involved, and it would be easy to encounter mishaps if one wasn't at the 8th layer peak. Whoosh! A thread of Lin Yuan's spirit will, following the Magic Jade mark, descended in a mysterious space. Is this the demonic Jade space? Lin Yuan cautiously observed his surroundings. Am I descending as a projection of consciousness? Is my real body still on the Milky Way main star? Lin Yuan immediately confirmed his own state. Having experienced multiple journeys through the door to the myriad realms, Lin Yuan was familiar with this sensation. The difference was that when he arrived at various worlds through the door to the myriad realms, he couldn't feel the existence of his body in the main world at all. During the 8th traversal, he could perceive the tiny details around his body, which was thanks to the aid of the door to the myriad realms acting as a medium. But now, Lin Yuan was able to sense where his body was, albeit being incredibly distant, but it felt authentic and substantial. This demonic jade space must not be in the main world, but it should exist on the same latitude and in the same dimension, Lin Yuan deduced in his heart. If it were in a different latitude and dimension from the main world, he shouldn't be able to sense where his body was. If I want to return now, all I need to do is dissipate this thread of consciousness. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The magic jade mark simply brought a thread of spirit will here, while the main body of the spirit will remain within his body. The current state of Lin Yuan was similar to a consciousness projection. A projection of consciousness? The only powers I can use now are my understanding of rules and cosmic force? Lin Yuan's thoughts spread out as he looked around. What caught his eye was an expanse of vast white fog. Lin Yuan's mind was faintly drawn towards something to the front left. Is it telling me to go there? Lin Yuan thought for a moment. The pull was coming from the magic jade mark. Without the magic jade mark, even if he forcefully descended into this space, he wouldn't know which direction to head in. The white fog masked everything. Let's go. Lin Yuan didn't plan to wander blindly. Instead, he followed the guidance of the magic jade mark and walked straight ahead. Although he did not know what level of strength the master of the magic jade tower was, it was certain he wouldn't be weaker than a supreme being. It was safest to abide by the rules of a space created by such an existence. As for carving out a new path, that was the most foolish act. At the very moment when a thread of Lin Yuan's spirit will descended at the core of the demon jade space, in front of a 9-story high tower completely black in color, a humanoid stone statue suddenly opened its eyes and looked towards Lin Yuan, who was carefully approaching from afar. How many eons have passed? Has a magic jade tower member finally entered this trial ground again? The statue watched Lin Yuan from a distance, feeling nostalgic. Once, our magic jade tower was so flourishing, members would come for trials every moment. Now, to wait for just one member takes such a long time. The humanoid stone statue sighed. Master, just where have you gone? With your disappearance, does the magic jade tower still need to exist? Milky Way main star. Lin Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. He could feel everything that the thread of spirit will that entered the demonic jade space encountered. Even as that thread of spirit will explored the demonic jade space, he could himself engage in practice and enlightenment of paths here. As an 8th layer evolver, doing multiple things at once was nothing out of the ordinary. Unless the incarnation formed by that thread of spirit will encounters something extremely important, most of his heart force would remain focused on his true body. I wonder if up to now, any human evolver has become an ordinary member of the magic jade tower, Lin Yuan silently pondered. To thoroughly comprehend the 3,333 evolution paths is one thing, but over the years, perhaps some human evolver has managed to perfect and enhance an evolution path. This method of becoming an ordinary member of the magic jade tower is much simpler than fully understanding the 3,333 evolution paths. And what about different species? Lin Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. Even the peak clans, without the virtual world technology of humans, couldn't isolate the majority of the powerful influence of that severed body. Therefore, the peak clans who contemplate that supreme being's body also have to bear great risks. But likewise, the greater the risk they bear, the bigger the variables could be. Perhaps some different species, who was exceptionally compatible with that severed body, could significantly accelerate their contemplation? Forget it. Right now, I should still focus on fully comprehending the 33,333 evolution paths as soon as possible. Lin Yuan split off another thread of consciousness and connected to the virtual world, sitting at the peak of a mountain, looking up at the severed body under the vast sky. Understanding 3,333 evolution paths would automatically make one an ordinary member of the magic jade tower. Lin Yuan speculated that if he were to comprehend 33,333 evolution paths, his rank as an ordinary member of the magic jade tower would very likely rise a notch. Although Lin Yuan didn't know what he would encounter inside the demonic jade space, having a higher rank as a member of the magic jade tower certainly wouldn't be a bad thing. Of course, Lin Yuan's main concentration and heart force would still be devoted to the fusion of rules. Chapter 505. 9-Story Black Tower, Moyu Tower Master. Requesting subscriptions? _2 Demon Jade Space. Guided by the magic jade mark, Lin Yuan passed through layers of heavy mist and finally arrived in front of a gigantic 9-floor black tower. The 9-floor tower was grand and massive, entirely black, with a vaguely emanating aura that penetrated through several spatial layers. This tower, Lin Yuan felt his spirit will under immense pressure. The 9-floor tower matched the 9 floors dark tower from the magic jade mark, but the former was countless times larger than the latter and emitted a pressure so intense that Lin Yuan felt like he was facing the Xia Qin Supreme Being again. Comparable to the pressure of a Supreme Being, could this tower rival a Supreme Being? Lin Yuan felt it was unbelievable. In the main world, Supreme Beings were the absolute synonyms for invincibility, dominating the vast starry sea. While Lin Yuan kept examining the 9-floor tower, a huge human-shaped stone statue slowly walked out. "Little guy, don't stare at the black tower for too long, it will have adverse effects on you," the stone statue spoke. Although Lin Yuan had never heard the language before, he somehow understood its meaning. "I have seen the elder," Lin Yuan immediately said humbly. The giant stone statue that appeared outside the black tower, sharing the same aura as the tower, clearly played a guardian role. It was likely greatly associated with the Demon Jade Tower, so it was only proper for Lin Yuan to respectfully address it as elder. "Ha ha," the stone statue laughed. "After so many years, to finally see a member of the Demon Jade Tower, at last someone to talk to." Lin Yuan murmured, his mind slightly stirred. From the stone statue's statement, he could infer a lot of information. For example, before Lin Yuan, the last member who had entered the Demon Jade space must have been very long ago. That is to say, currently, neither human civilization nor other peak different species had any clan members become ordinary members of the Demon Jade Tower. Although it might be possible for some to become ordinary members whose strength had not yet reached the 8th rank peak, hence afraid to enter the Demon Jade space, the probability was too small. Not everyone possessed against heaven's understanding like Lin Yuan. "My name is Shinji, little fellow, you can just call me by my name," the stone statue said smilingly, also examining Lin Yuan closely. "Did you become a regular member of the Demon Jade Tower by mastering over 3,333 demonic evolution paths? Your understanding is quite impressive." Stone statue Shinji's tone was tinged with surprise, as mastering over 3,333 demonic evolution paths was no easy feat, requiring much more time than perfecting a single demonic evolution path. Unless one had exceptional understanding, few beings chose this way to join the Demon Jade Tower. Similarly, such ordinary members were more valued by the Demon Jade Tower than those who perfected a certain demonic evolution path. Just by luck, Lin Yuan immediately responded. He simply felt that directly cultivating the evolution paths he had realized was too dangerous, and mastering multiple evolution paths could also enhance his foundation. "All right, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me," stone statue Shinji said. He was quite pleased with Lin Yuan, primarily because after so many years, having a practitioner come along, he could have a conversation to relieve his boredom. Moreover, Lin Yuan's understanding was impressive. No matter how much time it took, 1,000,000 or even 10 million years, as long as he could comprehend all 3,333 demonic evolution paths, there was no question about his understanding. If his understanding was lacking, no amount of time would allow him to comprehend so many demonic evolution paths. "Elder Shinji," Lin Yuan thought for a moment before asking, "What about this trial? How should it be undergone?" Lin Yuan had only gathered simple information about entering the Demon Jade space and undergoing the trial to obtain corresponding rewards from his magic jade mark, but as for how to undergo the trial or what rewards to receive, he was not very clear. "It's simple. See this 9-floor tower?" Stone statue Shinji showed no impatience, explaining, "You can receive a great reward left by the demonic Jade Tower Master for every layer you conquer." A reward left by the demonic Jade Tower Master? Lin Yuan's mind stirred. "The higher the floor, the greater the reward," the stone statue added, "but don't get ahead of yourself. Normally for beings with rank as high as 8, just passing the first floor is almost impossible, and from the 7th floor onward, basically only 12th rank life forms can attempt it. 12th rank. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. In the main world universe, 12th rank has many names. The ultimate being, or the supreme being. And according to the meaning of the stone statue Shinji, even a supreme being only hopes to pass through the 7th layer. There is still the 8th layer and the 9th layer afterward. What specific rewards are there? Lin Yuan was curious in his heart. That I do not know, the rewards left by the master are confidential, even I am not aware of them, stone statue Shinji patiently said. For countless millennia, he had been so lonely that now, faced with a little 8th layer fellow, he almost answered any question asked. The grandiose entrance to the 9 floors Dark Tower. Stone statue Shinji brought Lin Yuan here. Further ahead, they would enter the range of the 1st layer of the 9 floors Dark Tower. Little guy, just keep walking straight ahead to that black staircase. Once you reach there, you would have passed the 1st layer, and what follows is the 2nd layer, stone statue Shinji spoke. The entrance to the 9 floors Dark Tower was hundreds of miles wide. Lin Yuan looked around, turned and asked Shinji, Senior Shinji, what strength is required to pass the 1st layer? Generally speaking, only a 9th rank life has hope to pass through the 1st layer. As for 8th rank life, it's also possible if one grasps the complete space rules. Stone statue Shinji spoke gently. In his opinion, Lin Yuan had no hope of passing through the 1st layer, but as long as someone could keep him company to chat, that was enough. Lin Yuan is an ordinary member of the Demon Jade Tower, holding the magic Jade mark, able to enter the Demon Jade space at any time. Grasping the complete space rules? Lin Yuan was secretly shocked. For an 8th rank life to grasp the complete space rules, that was much more difficult than becoming an invincible at 8th layer. In the main world universe Starry Sky, the number of invincibles at 8th layer is still some human civilization, other great peak clans, even powerful clans, ordinary clans. They all have invincibles at the 8th layer. But for the 8th layer to grasp the complete space rules? It has indeed occurred. But only through the long ages might such a person luckily be born. Of course, if you have deduced some kind of cosmic force and this cosmic force is strong enough, there's also hope of passing through the 1st layer, stone statue Shinji added. By implication, ordinary cosmic force stands no chance in passing through the 1st layer. That's good, Lin Yuan said, feeling a bit of relief in his heart. If nothing else, he had plenty of cosmic force. Actually, during his 8th traversal, in his stay of 920 years in the spirit realm. If Lin Yuan hadn't spent a lot of time on comprehending the power of creation, he would probably have been able to grasp 7,782 core spatial models, mastering the complete space rules. But Lin Yuan never regretted his decision. Complete space rules? With Lin Yuan's understanding, as long as he had enough time, he would be able to grasp it. But the power of creation? Once out of the spirit realm, Lin Yuan couldn't think of the next time he would encounter such a world with no limits on cosmic force. It could take who knows how long. Go ahead, stone statue Shinji stood at the entrance and said. Okay, Lin Yuan did not hesitate and directly entered the 1st layer of the 9 floors Dark Tower. Stone statue Shinji watched Lin Yuan enter the Black Tower. Don't know how long he can last, but just being able to deduce 3,333 paths of evolutionary Tao to join the Demon Jade Pavilion, even with only 8th layer, there is hope of passing through the 1st layer, stone statue Shinji thought to himself, as the scene of the 1st layer of the Black Tower appeared in front of him. As the guardian of the 9 floors Dark Tower, stone statue Shinji had many rights to prevent the Demon Jade Tower's ordinary members from cheating during their training, such as using external force and so on. The master of the Demon Jade Tower created the space to cultivate members. If they used external force, it would lose the effect of the training. They would be driven out by stone statue Shinji, never to enter again. Chapter 506, Lin Yuan's Age. Please subscribe. 9 floors Dark Tower. 1st layer. Lin Yuan's figure appeared. All around was incredibly empty, with only a striking black staircase at the center. Lin Yuan understood that only by reaching the black staircase would he have passed the 1st layer of the Dark Tower. Along the black staircase, one could also enter the second layer. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yuan took big steps toward the central black staircase. The next moment, a massive pressure enveloped him from all directions. Lin Yuan felt his spirit will begin to crumble. The intangible and formless pressure almost tore him apart. I now have no physical body and not even the power of the soul. To resist this pressure, I can only rely on an understanding of the laws or cosmic force. Lin Yuan thought to himself and tried to operate the space rules to compress the space around him, but regrettably his understanding of the space rules was limited, and soon the intangible pressure penetrated the space and descended upon him again. No wonder Senior Shinji said that one must at least master the complete space rules to pass the first layer. Lin Yuan thought to himself that only with complete mastery of space, allowing him to freely stretch or shorten the length of space, could any attack from the external world hardly reach him. It's too difficult for an 8th layer being to surpass the first layer. The stone statue Shinji watched Lin Yuan seen within the tower. The master initially decreed that one could enter here for experience at the peak of the 8th layer. But among 10,000 or a million at the peak of the 8th layer, perhaps only one might surpass the first layer. As Lin Yuan operated the space rules, the stone statue Shinji knew that the other party had not mastered the complete space rules. Under such circumstances, the chance of passing the first layer of the Dark Tower decreased further. Cosmic force? This young one really possesses a type of cosmic force. The stone statue Shinji watched with great interest. This cosmic force, where yin and yang integrate, is it a higher cosmic force? And cultivated to the third realm? Interesting. But just these alone will still make it very difficult to pass the first layer. The stone statue Shinji deduced inwardly, but at this moment, his interest had already been piqued. Possessing a type of high cosmic force cultivated to the third realm, Lin Yuan could at least last a very long time on the first layer. Dark Tower's first layer. Lin Yuan realized that the space rules could not withstand the thick pressure enveloping from all around. Without hesitating, he activated the Taiji force. The yin-yang Taiji power formed a barrier on the surface of his body, blocking all the pressure outside. Finally stabilized. Lin Yuan breathed a slight sigh of relief internally. He was indeed afraid that he couldn't even surpass the first layer. Though with the magic jade mark, Lin Yuan had unlimited chances to try again, but if he couldn't pass the first layer from the start, one can imagine the difficulty of the subsequent layers. The trials within the Dark Tower can only rely on oneself either to master the complete space rules or other foundational rules, or to amass sufficiently powerful cosmic force. Lin Yuan concluded. What he didn't know, however, was that there was a third method, which was to utilize external help. Some specific treasures that could be brought into one's spirit will, were permitted, but the Moyu Tower Master detested the reliance on external help during training, specifically assigning stone statue Shinji to monitor the process. Lin Yuan continued walking toward the central black staircase. As he neared his target, the enveloping pressure grew increasingly oppressive. Yet, relying on the Taiji power, Lin Yuan was still barely able to resist. The formless pressure almost materialized, starting to form terrifying creatures that charged at Lin Yuan, all ultimately colliding with the Taiji barrier and disintegrating into dust. Lin Yuan frowned. With each terrifying creature hitting the Taiji barrier, he clearly felt the Taiji barrier shake slightly. This won't do. Lin Yuan realized he could not allow those terrifying creatures to touch the Taiji barrier. Immeasurable force, and the power of destruction. Lin Yuan used several types of higher cosmic force in succession, starting to actively hunt down those terrifying creatures formed by the formless pressure. The vast immeasurable force spread all around, and the power of destruction began to cleanse. During this period, Lin Yuan intermittently used other cosmic forces. Occasionally, dozens of ordinary cosmic forces were also utilized. This is much easier. Lin Yuan's face lit up with a smile. The combination of different cosmic forces often yielded greater effects. In the spirit realm, Lingshu Immortal King had only comprehended one type of high power of creation and 6 types of ordinary powers of creation, but the latter, when combined, were hardly inferior to the high power of creation. Lin Yuan possessed even more ordinary cosmic forces, which combined even more perfectly, making his journey toward the central black staircase nearly an overwhelming march. Senior Shinji said that the faster one passes the first layer, the more generous the rewards. Lin Yuan quickened his pace, the surrounding formless pressure grew heavier, and the number of conjured phantom creatures increased, yet under the sweeping coordination of proactive cosmic forces, Lin Yuan never even stopped his stride. Soon, when he was about 100 meters away from the central black staircase, a near-tangible black octopod creature materialized, its terrifying presence overwhelming. Lin Yuan finally halted. He sensed a faint threat emanating from this black octopod creature. Quick battle, quick decision. No need to hold back. Lin Yuan didn't want to waste time on the black octopod creature, he just wanted to quickly surpass the first layer to see what rewards awaited. So, without hesitation, he went all out. Dozens of cosmic forces mixed. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.